How's the volume now? How's the volume now? Can you guys hear me now on YouTube? I think the volume was low. Okay, so again, good morning, guys. Again, it's Free Trade Friday. Free Trade Friday simply means that, okay, I am sharing the link to our delay-free, ad-free stream, the ones our community members have access to every single day. Once we get to 50 likes, the sooner we get to 50 likes, the longer you can enjoy the stream. We're looking to schedule the stream for until 1 o'clock, 1:30, but we'll see what does take place, what opportunities do present themselves. Okay, back. All right, so good morning. So smash the like button. We can get 50 likes within an hour. All right, so once we get that, let me know on YouTube, and then I'll share the link to the Google Meets. And all I ask is when you do come to the Google Meets, be respectful. Make sure that you're on mute by default. If you have a pressing question, you can feel free to unmute, ask questions, but just come into it on mute and just show respect to the other traders on Google Meets as well. All right, I'll trust you guys will do that. So 50 likes, we'll share the link there. So first things first, of course, we gap up. So we gap up in the jaws, again, in the jaws of the gap down, in the jaws of the gap up. All right, so TOG, BOG apply. So in this case, we have that G50, okay? We have that BOG from today. We have that TOG here. And that G50 probably aligns beautifully with that PML. We'll do that measure real quick. So Orb Army, 5-minute Orb Army. You are on the clock. If you're trading the 5-minute orb, your time to shine is coming up in about 10 seconds. All right, so decision. What's your entry model? What are the things you're looking for? Don't just jump in if you don't have an entry model. You have to have that entry criteria, and that criteria has to be satisfied. Criteria has to be satisfied. That's what makes an entry model. You're not entering just because something happened. All right, there has to be a host of things that need to take place. The range for that orb is 694.25 for that 5-minute orb, and the bottom end is at 693.29. 694.25, 693.29. So all the orbs are set across all the indexes. There goes the IW. IW is looking to take out that orb to the downside. See if you can hold below it. See if you can hold below it. Did break it to the downside here. IW. IW is the one that's sliding to the downside first. Trading below pre-market low. So let's see if IW. Okay, IW broke below pre-market low, and now it's trading below that relative orb territory here. All right. Give or take. Anyone else see a huge bounce off 694.60? Pre-market 694.60, 694. Okay, if you are looking for that break of 694.60. All right, so you're waiting for a potential break first above that pre-market high and then go. Possible. But first we need to get to that level first, of course. We need to get to that level. Okay. We need to get to that level. Good morning. Happy Friday, traders. Happy Friday. So I did add the level 2 to the stream. If you can see the level 2. So now when you go back and watch the stream in the future, you can look at price for your price study along with the level 2. So you have that data recorded for you to enjoy. All right. So the orbs, if we get that nice little break, 694.25 is that level. 694.25 is that level. Yep. Thank you for the reminder, Mixon. The market is closed on Monday, guys. Market is closed on Monday. So it's imperative that you make the right decision today. You make smart decisions today that you're not going to regret on Sunday, all right, or Monday morning, right? So stay locked in and look for your opportunities. Be picky. And if it means not taking the trade, if you're green, remember, guys, if you're green, you don't got to do anything. You dictate the pace. You can end your week early, okay? That's it. You can be done. If you hit your max loss, you're done for the week. So a lot of those things, right, you don't have to force yourself into taking more and more and more and more and more. You have to play the long game, okay? Remember, there's 50 of these left. We got about to get 2 down now. What I mean by that is 2 weeks. 2 weeks in. There's 52 weeks in a year. All right? You don't have to win every week. But if you have 1 week where you're a little down, you can't let that 1 week be catastrophic. That's what you need to protect. All right, that's what you need to protect. IW is starting to fall off a cliff here. Once it fell below the 265.30, continues to sell off. The Q is holding up. The Dow broke below those lows as well. The Q's Inspire holding up here. IW. IW said, see you later. Once it broke that level, complete collapse there. MU's on a run. Bank holiday Monday, so if cash is funded, might not be settled until Tuesday. Thank you for the update. Closing both at 7. Okay, good. Okay. So IW is on a tear. IW sliding to the downside. Orb Army, 5-minute Orb Army, retrace, reject, first wave. IW can present an opportunity. Patience is the name of the game. We have a nice little sell block there. So get a relief pop, and then the relief pop and a drop is the line of thinking. SPY is not doing much. IW's chart is clean. So if you get that prop pop and a drop, I'll be there for it. I don't mind taking that. Just get that price action confirmation. 15-minute Orb Army on the clock coming up in 6 minutes. 6 minutes left for the 15-minute Orb Army. If you're a first-time viewer, this is your first time tuning in, go back and check some of the episodes from this week. Right, a lot of insight, a lot of things you can gain from those episodes. Wins, losses, lessons, managing risk, some big trades. Okay, everything is there for you to take advantage of. Okay, 5-minute candle went inside. Starting to break down. Starting to break down here. 212. So this is the highest form of chop. Think about it, guys. We're right above the midpoint of yesterday. We're trading between pre-market high, pre-market low. We're trading between prior day high, prior day low. So this is the highest degree of chop. Highest degree of indecision. Right? So we can't be too decisive. We can't be so decisive when the market is indecisive. When the market is decisive, we can be a little more decisive. When the market is indecisive, we don't want to be decisive. We want to be indecisive. If you're indecisive, that translates to not taking any trades. Okay? So you want to line yourself up with the market. The market is unsure. You shouldn't be trading if you're unsure. Market shows some signs of certainty. There's no 100% certainty, right? Then high probability trades to capitalize off some of that certainty. Oh, it came right into it on IW. I missed that by a second. Anyone catch IW right there? I literally just turned my head, and then it just tapped into it and dropped. All right. That's how quickly it goes. Okay. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Free Trade Friday, 50 likes. We'll share the link to delay-free, ad-free stream. So we're coming back to that daily open here. Let's see if IW can come back into it one more time. Let's see if IW can come back into it one more time. SPY is still trading within that still trading within that orb. Put in the chat, is orb a momentum setup or is it a chop setup? So when you trade the orb, is it best when there's momentum, expansion, continuations, or is it best when you're trading a breakout, or if it's chopping a breakout, should show some signs of life, if it in choppy scenarios, right? IW, let me get the contracts ready on IW. IW, I'm taking a look at the 266s, 265s, 266s. So you get one more push. You get one more push, I'll take it to the downside. IWM here. Okay, let's see. One more push to the upside. One more little push. Risk will be break back above second wave, third wave. A little bit of an early retrace reject, a shallow retrace reject. Okay. I'll take IW right there. IW puts. Gonna get filled. Okay, let me close that and try again. Okay, try again. Okay, I'm here. I'm in the IW puts. 265s. Risk is reclaim, decisive reclaim that level. The orb on the 5-minute orb on SPY is coming up. Keep a close eye on that. Average fill 66 cents. These contracts are cheap. On IW, up 6%. Okay, flat now. Okay, 265.30 will be critical on IW. If we can continue to push past that, then I'll close it out. Down to about 3%. We'll give it about 10-15% risk. See if we can start to slide and go with the trend. See this 5-minute candle down here on IW. I want that not to be reclaimed and go 3 up. SPY is breaking that orb there. Breaking the orb to the upside, to the downside, I should say. We're back below at 693.36. See if we can hold. I want IW to start selling off here. IW starts selling off. I rarely trade off the open, so I wouldn't have caught that. Good. So if it doesn't align with your rules, there's nothing to do, right? Just observation mode. Okay, nice little breakdown. 693.29. Orb Army, your time to shine is coming up. IW is up 9, up 12. Take majority off right there, down to runner at 12. Okay. See if that continue to push the downside on IW. IW moves smoothly. Move smoothly. We're going to close about 4th wave. I'll close runner. Close runner. We're starting to bounce here on SPY, and then I'll bring my attention back to SPY. PML is 692.86. 692.86 on IW is the PML. Is the PML. Okay, I'll close that. Runner's there on IW. As SPY decides to spike. IW, what a spike there. So stop that on runners. Okay, let's see if I continue to push. SPY, grab that orb low. Came back to this key zone. See if it wants to fuel back up and take over that daily open. IW, massive spike on IW. Back above PML. We're starting to see some movement back the upside. 15-minute orb right here. See if it grabbed enough of those lows at TOG to start pumping, and we'll shift my attention to SPY. Shift my attention to SPY. So does SPY have enough fuel now to start pushing? Does SPY have enough fuel to start pushing? Does SPY have enough fuel to start pushing? So we'll grab those lows. Came into these lows, reclaim that the daily open. See if we can hold above that VWAP. Still within pre-market low, pre-market high. IW literally shot out of a rocket, right? So good TP, then get stopped out with runners. Yeah, especially when it's choppy, conditions, the orb is basically very trappy. So if you've been trading the orb for long enough, right, the kryptonite for the orb is chop. The kryptonite for the orb is essentially chop. Is essentially chop. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Good morning, good morning. No trade so far on SPY. See if we can take out that pre-market low, pre-market high. If we go all the way into second shift, the contracts on IW are very cheap, right? That could be a good thing and a bad thing at the same time, because if it's very cheap, you're going to get a quick percentage amount to the upside. But unless you have a lot of contracts, the dollar amount might not be worth the risk, but it's definitely great for the percentage push to the upside. Right, with the cheaper contracts, it's easier to get bigger percentages. Right, so to make it make sense, you're gonna have to use more size. Not today, but in general, you're gonna have to use more size because it's cheaper. To make it count. Okay, let's see if we can start pushing to the upside here. SPY not doing much. Did break those lows, trap those lows. Still pre-market lows here. Let's get a quick measure of that. What are the chances that the pre-market low and that 50% retrace that gap align? Interesting. Very close, right? Very close. Not exact, but very close. Very close. So we have that G50 right here. There's G50s from today. G50s from today, we did gap. G50s from today. It's going to test your patience, guys. Make sure you stay patient. Okay, try to stay as patient as possible. It's going to do everything it can to test your patience and make you rush your process. All right, it's going to do everything it can. So currently we're flirting with this key zone up there. We're not doing much. Might have to go to individual name land to see if there's any opportunities there. IWM calls, reclaiming that PML. Beautiful job, Lynn. That was nice. And that was a rapid push. And IWM loves to do that too, right? If you watch IWM, it loves to get below pre-market low and then just rock it from time to time. Okay, VIX not doing much. SPY still here. SPY, you can see where SPY is. Okay, you can see where SPY is. We did kind of break down here. We're kind of just in the middle. Very tough. In the middle, it's a riddle. Now we're starting to see Broadcom pushed up 2%. Broadcom starting to push. Broadcom 348.50 retest. PMH, we're starting to see Lilly wake up back above that 1030. Amazon fell off a cliff. See if it's enough to really drag to the downside. Netflix can't catch a break, flat. MU's out of here. MU just said, you know what? See you later. MU 359.88 retest. Put the waves on. See there's something there. And I might shift over to MU here, guys. Let's take a look at MU. Let's take a look at MU here. This is supposed to be IW. IW. MU. Okay, so MU. So same thing, wave theory, all right? See if we can come back into that PMH and that VWAP on the 5. Where does that line up? There we go. So MU. Let me take a look at the MU contracts. Check on the IV. Check on the life of those contracts. It's a little spready. A little spready. IV's through the roof. 88%, right? 88% IV. So that move needs to take place when you're in the position fairly quickly. Fairly quickly. For some reason, my chart seems a little laggy, guys. Let me start closing some tabs out. CPU utilization is still low, but it seems laggy for some reason. Yeah, contracts are expensive. 15% 0 DTE put. Holding one more. And my 4-day DTE. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, SPY is starting to rock and roll and adjust the gap from today. So it looks like it's making a series of lower lows. All right, so the next, for the next push lower, it did re-trigger the orb, 15-minute orb. It did re-trigger. It did re-trigger. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. The Qs are starting to sell off. Dow starting to sell off. SPY selling off as well. Headed towards PML. We can't get a response off this level. We'll monitor that response. If you are targeting these lows, PML is right over there. If you believe PML is a lower high, a lower low, right? Set for a potential push into a lower high. Despite that we're in a trend, there might be an opportunity there. If we slice right through PML, right, that's going to really start showing those, really start printing up for those puts. Anyone else take puts? So in this case, the orb required a couple of attempts. It required a couple of attempts. So we get no response off that PML. If we continue to push the downside, we're probably going to start pushing to this territory here. So let's see if buyers step in here off that PML. If they do, and the conditions are right, there can be a potential long opportunity. If we slice right through it, no respect for it, nothing there. Ideally, a hammer on the 5, hammer on the 1, some sort of combination with some continuation can be the way to take advantage. So let's see if we have more room to sell, or we're going to hit a level of exhaustion here and start course correcting. I like that hammer there on SPY. And we're moving about 64 cents per 5-minute candle. If we get a reclaim, start to see if the Qs can start stabilizing. I'll be there for it. If it continues to sell off, I'll let it sell off. So in this case, the 15-minute orb. All right, where's the trigger? So the 5-minute orb, nice little shake and bake. A 15-minute orb comes into play. See if you get a reclaim or a retrace reject. Qs are sitting right at that PML as well. Okay, Qs broke PML. If everything's breaking PML, it's going to help that slide. Wow, beautiful push. Beautiful push to the downside. Contract expensive on MU. 2 trades done for the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Orb. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 2 runners on puts. Beautiful. Good job, good job, good job, guys. That was beautiful. 2 trades, keeping it nice and clean. Required patience. I finally got that breakdown. Next target is that nice little G50 from prior day. And that BOG, if we get into that 692.22, we've officially filled the gap from today. We've officially filled the gap from today. We've officially filled the gap from today, and we get into that BOG. That was nice. All right, the fact that we couldn't hold that daily open, sell block, nice little break. All right, there's the orb. And then slice right through it. So in this case, ripple. The people who take the ripple is the one who got compensated. The ones who take the retest, there's no retest. So there was no retest. So if we get into 690 to 22, we've officially filled the gap from this morning. We've officially filled that gap from this morning. We continue to see that selling pressure on SPY. Continue to see that selling pressure on the Qs. We're seeing some selling pressure on IW. 63%, 47%, 25%. Great job, strikers. Great job, great job, great job. And you want babysitting runners, right? If you're babysitting runners, you're trying to see if you can break through here, right? Right. See if the pressure is on the buyers to step in here. If the buyers don't step in there, then you can see a nice push into 691.55. So if you're taking it piece by piece from here to here, from here to here, right? Look at that nosedive. That pre-market low, no buyers. No buyers. So what you can do is you can rewind the video, go to that level, and watch it break and pay attention to that level too, and that time and sale along with the price action. All right, so that's really good. It's going to be a great study tool over the weekend. One runner 60%, gap close, 0 DTE, went over 100% without the ad. That's okay. Leave my money on the table. Is the problem I want? 77%. Man, that was a beautiful opportunity, guys. I have no horse in the race here. No horse in the race. But that was a nice breakdown. That required patience. And great job, Firefly. Firefly, great job. Taking that stop out, recalibrating, and extracting 60. Right? Extracting 60. Man, this thing is selling off. VIX is continuing to push. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 1-minute candles, 8-minute sell-off, no interruptions. Look at the 5-minute candle. 2 5-minute candles clean. All right. Whatever you do, don't chase. The ones who are being compensated the most are the ones who are here, the ones up there, the ones who took this as well, that failed pre-market low. We have that yearly upside breaker now, 691.65. To give you some context, we're still inside on the day. For us to get below that daily downside breaker, for us to be directional, we need to get below 691.26. Once we break below that, then we will be directional. Okay, now that weekly candle, guys, is starting to shift. Okay, we're seeing the fighting that's taking place during the first hour. All right, the bears came out in full force. And they scored basically 2 points. All right, we open up at 693.65. We're at 691. We still have about 30 minutes left, 29 minutes left until the conclusion of first shift. They scored 3 points. They put 3 points on the board, right, as of now. So second shift, see if the bulls can put up some points on the board. Take it hour by hour. All right? Take it hour by hour. That's what it's looking like. Yep, I can see that, Mr. JP5XL. If we get below 691.65, that's the cue to push into 691.25. And what a drop. What a drop. 77%. Okay, 100%. There we go, Firefly. There we go. Anyone else? So all the strikers need is price to move. If price can move like this, past 2 days we haven't been getting this off the open. We've been getting it's been messy. It's been messy to say the least, right? So you guys do a tremendous job, right? When you're getting priced like this is when those big gains start coming in, right? So your only job now becomes, right, trying to identify and look for price to look like this, that clean move. We're starting to bounce out that 691.65. We can get a nice little retrace reject out this level, right? Does that set up for a nice little dead cat bounce? Or is that an early sign of reversal? That's going to be the question we need to answer, right? The retrace reject, of course, I have a retrace reject opportunity here. Shallow. But you see it's bouncing right off that level. And of course, healthy up here. That encompasses that PML. And that VWAP is close to that PML. If you're looking for the second leg, you need some sort of accumulation, right? Some sort of accumulation take place. If you're going the other way, if you're hitting reverse, okay, if you take it off that yearly upside breaker, 691.65, your risk could be back below this. That's the earliest entry possible. The 5 minute has not fully closed as a hammer, has 1 minute left, 1 minute and 25 seconds left. So let's see if we go the other way based off of this yearly upside breaker. All right, so now from this point is bulls need to reclaim here. So what the bears will do in this case is try to put pressure back the downside for that retrace reject. And what a bounce. What a bounce, right? Importance of taking profit. All right, so you can see these key levels. We discussed it yesterday. These key levels will tell you the targets, will tell you entry, exit. All right, so this sell-off already combated by a nice little push. If that 5 minute hammer if that 5 minute candle can close as a hammer, things should get interesting. We're still early during the day, guys. It's still early on the day. We're starting to get a hammer on the Qs. Little hammer on the more than a hammer on IW. Take this off. All right. If we go retrace reject, goes dead cat bounce. So back into these lows. So this will be a shallow retracement. If you're waiting for reclaim, you're on price to bust right past that zone. Okay. Somewhat of a doji / hammer on the 5. If we break above these highs, break above those highs, we can start to push the upside. The highs are 692.35. So in this case, I'll be going against the grain, against the trend. So I'm looking at the 692 calls if we can break past it. For potential reclaim, if we start course correcting, VIX starts going south, I'll try to see if I can counter. Okay, I want to hold at that level. I want to hold there. Pull back just slightly. Oh, this thing might be just taking off. We're right at prior day close as well. Prior day close is right there. So we fill that gap, dip into this. I'll take the calls. For that reclaim, dip one more time into it. Slight little dip. Invalidation marker or stop would be associated with that. This turned into a retrace reject. Dip into it slightly. So this is how quickly things can change. That 5 minute is already triggered. That 5 minute is already triggered. Somewhat of a doji on the 5. Okay, starting to climb here, and it's going back the other way. It's going back the other way. Going back the other way. And just like that, if you took the puts and you don't take those profits, the market will take the profit back. The market, so now next level, if you're in the calls, is you're taking it from here to here. Okay, that's your optimal area to operate. Optimal area to operate. All right, that's where your extraction takes place. If you took the hammer there, that would be it. If we fall back below, you can start to see on the 1, starting to kind of show. If you're bearish, you want this to break. All right, you want this to break. You're just waiting for this break. You're waiting for this break for that dead cat bounce. Okay, I like how the Qs are rejecting off that PML. So if this starts to break, that's when that nice little Nice little compression starts folding. If you see it on the 1, you can see it. You can kind of see a little better with the waves here. So if we continue to use that path to the upside, the reclaim is open. That 623 on the Qs would be critical. That's that PML. We have VWAP right above us as well, right at that 693.10. 693.10 VWAP. Despite this, guys, the price action is clean, right? So the price action is clean here. Very clean. Oh, you got the calls mixing? Beautiful job. I know you love that hammer. That hammer was beautiful. So they just rewarded here the ones taking the biggest amount of risk off that key level. All right. VWAP 693.10. 693.10. I was right here. Let me show you. So it didn't take it there. And I kind of wicked out quickly. Only trade I took so far was IWM. Right. IWM. So now pivotal point coming up. We have that pre-market low. We have that 692.76. We have lots of things in this area brewing. A lot of things. Do we reject off that PML? Do we reclaim that PML? And this will lean towards being a healthy retracement, right? So this move right at that 50% point. All right, kind of lines up with VWAP. So if you're going short, get that break. You don't got to target all the way there, but that'll be your room to operate. In this case, we need the Qs to start rejecting. We need the Qs to stay above pre-market low. We need the VIX to potentially start going north. We are potentially in continuation mode on SPY. So the 50% retrace of the entire move is right here in this area. So lots of things. A little separate, is a little far from that VWAP. The VWAP is about, give or take, 50 cents away. We're moving 66 cents per 5-minute candle. So if you're a bull here, right, and say you're down to runners at this point after taking taking the contracts, you're kind of just sitting and waiting with those runners to see if you get that nice push. Right, you're just seeing and waiting to see if it starts looking bearish and potentially starts to crack. If it doesn't, now you can play the VWAP test. VWAP test. Anyone take the bounce there? It's at the bottom of the screen on YouTube. 27%. So bottom left of the screen on YouTube, I did put the level 2 there. So you can see the level 2 as well. Bottom left of the chart. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes, and we'll share the link to the delay-free ad-free stream. We do that on Fridays. All right, we got 40 plus people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our team. Phenomenal job by our team. I didn't tell a single person to buy or sell anything. If we start showing some weakness here, I'll look to take it to the downside with that continued break. Using that PMH as my risk. See, one more little pump, one more little bounce. Right? It seems like I'm just one step behind today. All right, so that entry would be right here. We have to have that precise entry. You'd be possibly be in green. So when I do miss an entry, now I have to wait for like a nice little pop up. Or a nice little pop up. So at least I can take the contract. It's not going to be as good as this. But if I am in the position, I get a wick, I can still be within my risk. That makes sense. if that makes sense. So let's see if we can get one little pop up. Risk will be staying below that PML and that G50. Okay, one little bounce. One little bounce. I'll look to take the puts. Okay. Take the puts right there. Kind of separate from there, but I'll take it. I like that weakness. I like that weakness. See if that continue to push lower. Get that continue to push lower. Up 7. Go, go, go. We are coming into that key zone there, so we need to break past that. Okay, go, go, go. TP where you need to if you need to. TP. And we can't get some response in this area, so we need to slice past that. I like how the Qs are dumping. I like how the Qs are dumping. Okay, go, go, go. Get that break. See if we can land in 10% land. Okay, up 12, up 13, up 14. Take majority off right there. Thank you very much. Down to runners. Up 16. Thank you, thank you. I want this to hold now. Want this to hold. Runners up 16, 14. And now with the runners, I want the runners to start to run. I like how the Qs just fell off a cliff. Up 17. Go, go, go. If we start to use this as a bounce level, all right, then of course I'll close runners. So now it's just a matter of drawing the line, the fine line, the sand over my NC is. Okay. You caught that? Congratulations. Don't chase. And again, I don't have the best entry. I don't have the best entry, right? I like how the Qs just fell off the cliff, literally fell off the cliff. See if you get that lows. I want this, no contention here. No contention. Bulls are trying to respond there. Bulls are trying to respond, all right? So I want that to be blocked by the bears, all right? Block. Don't let them respond. Because we went inside. So that's a critical area there. So this can take runners into near break even, single digits, or really start to magnify those gains. Okay. So let's see if we can kind of sit through this a little bit. I'll use first wave. First wave is my risk. Keeping it tight, at least break even. To see if I can give it a little time. Okay, need the VIX to wake up. Okay, we're starting to see the Qs trying to respond here, right? All we need to do is take out this 5-minute candles lows, and we go 2 down to 2-1-2 reversal back to downside. Still up 7, step 8. Go, go, go. Nice little flag would be great. Baby flag. And a breakdown would be even better. So majority already taken off. So see if we get that nice little break. If we can create separation away from here, we have room to this buy block and these lows. We're starting to see that level 2 speed up here. Time and sale speeding up. Seeing a lot of buy orders there. See if it's legit. What are we thinking? Do we break or do we bounce? Do we break or do we bounce? Do we break or do we bounce? Still up 10% on runners. I want to see the nice little break. Go, go, go. So in this case, you can play the dead cat bounce from here, from there, if you take those profits. And then you can play the fact that it's a dead cat. Okay? All right, that's the terminology of the market, guys. So it's not me. I have a cat. Okay, so it's nothing against cats. A lot of animals are used in the market. Okay, there we go. 17. Go, go, go. Separation. Separation is key. Buyers are trying to step up here. So let's see if that level 2 can start to get flooded. All right. Let's see if we can start to get flooded. Buyers are trying to step up. They're trying to hold it. They know they need to hold it. And that's a 50-50. So 50% of this, 50% of that. All right. 50-50 both ways. And we're eating premium here. If we take out both these highs, I'll close the runners. Okay. If we get above 692.47, I'll close out. All right. Go, drop. Okay, the Qs are falling off a cliff beautifully. Up 14, go, go, go. 16, 17. Now I want us to use this as resistance. Makes sense. I want us to use that. Now that we've proven that, I want the bulls to fight for that again. Up 20. Go, go, go. Take some more off right there. At 20. Down to the last one here. Who's in this? So in this case, it's my NC. Okay, my NC is there. No closes there. No close back above it. If you close back above it, I'll close out. If we're going to play this back and forth game, okay, I'll close out. I'll look for something else. Ideally, first wave to remain intact. TP where you need to, guys. We did see 20 plus. If you did take that, 23. Let the runners run. Okay, we can get some contention in this territory. 28, there we go. 29, there we go. 32. Boom, boom, boom. 35, there we go. There we go. 41. Who's in that? We can't get a response here. 41%. 41% team. 42. All right, we're back at that key level. 44. If we slice right through that, that'd be fantastic. 47. 47. I want us to stay below 691.65. No response is 50. 50. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, SPY. I'll take it at 50. Okay, beautiful, 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 beautiful trade. You walk through it step by step, scaled out accordingly, and finally took it at 50. Okay. That was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. Who took that? There we go, 27. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I see the rectangle, but it's black. You should be able to see when I'm in a position. To the very bottom. So if I'm not in a position, of course, there's nothing going to be there. All right, that was beautiful. That was beautiful, guys. We took it all the way here. Close 40 to ease, 12%. Yep, 50%, 100%. If you guys know, you know. If you've been on my team for a long time, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't, you gotta learn. All right, you gotta learn. This is not just random. So in this case, we're gonna go back. We're gonna review it. In this case, what would be the invalidation marker? Invalidation marker in this case would be if we reclaim it, then we're wrong. We were wrong. I'm wrong. We move along. All right, so we have no problem being wrong. We're not going to be wrong for a long time. All right, okay, we have no problem. We're not trading through ego. Okay, we're not trading through ego for the sake of being right. You guys see me be wrong lots of times. All right, but if you notice, the pattern is if I'm wrong, I'm not going to be wrong for a long time. If I'm right, I'm going to be right for some time. Okay. Charge the market for my time and see if the runner can do its thing. A couple of runners can start to run. All right. So if you guys caught that, you should be done for the day. All right. That's how we do it. I missed this. I had, to be honest, guys, I had some FOMO here. I'm happy that you guys took it. More than likely, if I was trading by myself, I would have probably tried to take that break. But the fact that we move as a team, the fact that we have a team, it really helps me not FOMO into positions myself as well. So I do benefit. And our team crushed this. I know if the market gives this to the strikers, they're all over it. The last thing you're going to do is give our team this type of price action. They will be all over it. Whether it's 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, All right. We're literally, guys, trained to strike. Okay. We are literally trained to strike. This is what it is. Okay, now what's going on here, guys? Why is this our final target? And first of all, we bounced off this territory. Initially, what level is that? Our key level. So in this case, most traders, 90% of the traders, don't even have this level on their chart. So they'll chalk this up, okay, to double bottom, which is valid. Which is a double bottom? Yes, it is. We can all agree. But if you have the key levels along, look at this on the other side. If you have the key levels, plus you understand these patterns, right? If you understand them in context, how to capitalize off of them, then you can take it. Buy a block here, we grab those lows, push back the upside. And look at this. We're going back the other way. All right. The market is aggressive, guys. It's aggressive. You don't want to try to be aggressive with the market. You need to just let it be aggressive. Find your spots. You can't match the aggression. That's not how it goes. It's almost like bull riding. All right. You have to just, you can't match the bull's energy. You have to maybe just, I don't know too much about bull riding, but I'd assume you have to go with the bull. You have to be one with the bull. Whatever the bull is doing, you want to put your body in motion with whatever the bull is doing. You don't want to you don't want to counter the bull. Your level of aggression is nowhere near the level of power that the bull possesses. Same thing. Right? We see this massive drop. Look, there's an opportunity there. Right? High risk opportunity. A one area of confluence gets rewarded. Another nice little push gets rewarded. So the reversal traders, you have this here. Once it reclaims, we discussed this as well. I was looking to take calls in this territory, but I know I don't have a lot of room. So if I can get that entry, I'm taking the majority off there, and I'll get stopped out there. In the meantime, the dead cat bounce is still in play. So the question now becomes, is this bounce a legit bounce, aka reversal, or is it a dead cat bounce? 50-50, lots of things line up, price action combination, take it to downside. All right? Trend is your friend, absolutely. Great job, 10-13. So you took that last one as well, Kevin. Beautiful. There we go, guys. There we go. Should be done for the week. That's how we do it. If this is your first week on our team, leave a testimonial, leave a review. Each of these weeks, guys, you guys show up. You guys are ready to learn. You guys are ready to engage the market. All right. I show up. I do my part. Try to prepare the team, prepare myself to capitalize as well. This week we did tremendous. Feel free to wrap it up. All right. Feel free to wrap it up. It's not going to get better than this. All right. 50+% in a few minutes. Okay. If you took this and this, I mean, you're done. Okay. There's nothing for you to do. That was just the icing on the cake. So tremendous job, guys. And this is all within first shift. And of course, IWM as well. All right. All right, guys. Up 0.9%, almost 1% of the portfolio. We're seeing some of our team members' portfolios just skyrocket. All right. So it's doable. It's doable, guys. It's doable. It's doable. It's doable. A small account challenge is coming. All right. So I'm just trying to figure out to use a different broker. All right. And I don't want to do it for too long because it can take away from the primary trading, and I can't trade two things at the same time. All right. That's going to be coming maybe the top of February, mid-February, maybe March. Let's get a good feel for it, and we'll probably do it's a very small account. Maybe we'll do it for the first hour or so. Right. And then I'll go back to a regular account. Right. Just to give you guys some value, just to show you that with options, you can grow those small accounts. All right. Strategically through a system. And now we're just kind of going back and forth. What pattern do we see here? I just drew that fib. Beautiful. Great job, Fido. And if you missed this, okay, this is a textbook setup. Do me a favor. Go back and draw the same fib. We drew the fib as well. Draw it. Take a screenshot of it. That's what you want to see. Okay, that's a textbook dead cat bounce. On top of that, look at this. We have a key zone. So it's just not the fib. It's just not the fib, guys. It's just not the fib. It's a fib 50 with our key zones. Not just the key level, key zones. Okay. So on that note, I'm going to wrap it up. All right. I'll be done for the day. It's been a long week. We'll just provide commentary, hang out. I'll continue to provide those ideas. But I will be done for the day. It's been a long, long week. All right. We fought through CPI, PPI, unemployment. All right. Oil getting above 60, going above 61. The Iran situation. Okay. That's starting to bubble. Venezuela in the background. Okay. So if you recap, all right, we're navigating through uncharted waters like we've been here before. And that's how it should be. Okay, we cannot act new. We have to act like we've been here before because we've been trained to navigate these waters. And 2025 was your training ground if you're with me on 2025. All right, and today can be your training ground for next week, so on and so forth. Have a nice weekend. You too, guys. If you guys are signing off, let us know. Leave a review. Leave a testimonial. That'll do tremendous things for the growth of our community. You guys know we're trying to build this community the right way. So we're attracting the right type of people. And everyone on the team, I care about everyone on the team. We might not know each other personally, but on a professional level, I do care about every single member on our team. And my goal is to put you in position to be green. I know it's a tall task. I know it's a tall task to do it at scale, but I believe it can be done through proper training, through proper education, and through proper demonstration as well. All right? This month is huge. Beautiful job, Sancho. You're an absolute warrior, fighting back, making those adjustments. You know how to trade, all right? So you're more than capable. You know how to trade. It's just a matter of capping that risk, right? If you just cap the risk, which is, of course, is easier said than done, right? You already know how to make money. It's just now we have to know how to not lose too much. And just by doing that, you'll end up in break-even small green territory. So now if you do that really well, you'll be green territory and so on and so forth. Yep. Anyone who ordered their mugs, make sure to grab your mugs, grab your t-shirts. All right, we'll go over that at 10:30. 10:30 is right now. Again, if you guys want to join the community, smartactiontrade.com. We got merch. We're going to continue to get more merch. We're going to continue to attack the markets together. If you want to join our community, take the advantage of the real-time opportunities, delay-free, ad-free, access all the resources. $50 a month. Okay, and that's less than your less than a 0 DTE. Less than 2 points out the money is 0 DTE. So the 690 contracts are $64. All right. Can you catch a 690 contracts that are $64 and get 100%? Sure. You'll lose that. Take that, invest in yourself. Okay. Put yourself in position. Be alongside other traders. Take advantage of the trial. There's a few spots left. If you want to lock in for the year, this is the cost of maybe 3 contracts. All right. 3 contracts. Everyone on YouTube should be in the free tier. 50 likes. I'll release the link. Again, make sure to take advantage of that. Bootcamp. I'm going to update the poster. Sign up for it. If you want to be properly trained, take advantage. Coaching calls, that's also available. And of course, the SAT merch is here. So grab your mug, grab your t-shirt. I just ordered my t-shirt. Awesome t-shirt. Really good quality. Ordering the hat as well, right? Hat, make trading great again. All right, that's what we're here to do. All right, so make trading great again. Dad hat, all right, distressed, nice looking hat, high quality hat. Grab that as well. All right, so there's no ways a money grab. The merch is not a money grab. It's very little margin there. It's just a matter of getting everything made and making sure that you guys have the merch, you guys are rocking the merch, and you guys are really feeling part of the community as we continue to grow and accelerate. All right, so the mug, grab your mugs, grab everything. Everything's at smartactiontrade.com. But more importantly, this is where you want to be, SPY strikers. The reason why I say that is because without me even telling you I want to take any trades, okay? I didn't say take any trades. I was actually late to the party. Look at our team. They were all over that. Okay? They were patient. No one YOLOing accounts. Staying patient. Okay, 20% loss. Okay? But guess what? That's according to the plan. 15% 15% there. 20% there. We start rocking and rolling. 20% there. So great loss. Okay? Okay, now 15 being an orb, then we get 63%, 47%. The person who took that 20% loss is back 60%, 100%, 77%, 100%. Okay, 27%. And this is not including. I don't think this is including that drop that we called out when I took. This one is they just saw the opportunity and capitalized. Right, I was kind of in IWM and MU land, right, and they caught it. All right, so you definitely want to be part of our team. All right, SPY continues to slide. So for entertainment purposes, let's take a look at those puts. All right, what the value of those puts are, I can care less, but just to give you some context, power of options, those last puts, I had them at 134. Okay, they're currently at 237. Because I know some people like to hold. We do have people who like to diamond hand these positions. If they're right, they can be very, very right with those runners. You can double the runner, triple the runner. It's very possible. That's up to you. All right? So put yourself in position. Join a winning team, winning culture. If you equate us to a team, we're like the Patriots. All right? Everyone gets the job done. We focus on the small things, process over profits. We show up every day. All right? We're really trying to build that community and that winning culture. A healthy winning culture through process. Not with glitz and glam and all that. That stuff will fade, guys. You have to know how to maintain and do this over and over and over and over and over again. So you can be a confident market participant. That was dope, absolutely. Anyone else caught that on YouTube? If you did, tremendous job. If you didn't, don't chase. So now we're going back to that weekly open. So we're putting pressure on that weekly candle. So another breakdown. We got the big breakdown here. Okay, so we have this key zone. So if you're bearish, what you want to see is you want to see buyer step in off of this key zone, feed it into a territory where you can start to fade the bounce. If no one steps in, continues to slice, right? We have, I don't want to say it's a free fall, but we do have some room to start pushing to the downside. All right, we have room to start pushing to 690. We have room to start pushing to 690. All right, but I'm done for the day. I'm done for the week. 2 trades today. IWM, quick scalp, runner stopped out, and then SPY. Nice trade there. So let's get the likes up. If you have any questions, let us know. Going to close yesterday's gap. Previous day low, slice right through like nothing. Weekly open is approaching 100%. I got a little busy at work. IWM call stopped out 12%. Good. So majority of our team, right, they're working as well. George made enough money to buy a mug today. Put the link, please, merchandise link. Go Broncos. So who's your team? My team is unfortunately out. The best team in the NFL got eliminated last week. Unfortunately, the Panthers, they got eliminated. So who's still in? I don't know who I like this. Steelers got eliminated. Who else got eliminated? Ravens got eliminated. Oh, they didn't even make it. Their head coach got fired. Who's still in? Patriots are in. Patriots are looking good. And look at that, guys. Just think of this. We were talking about winning culture. If the Patriots somehow, some way win this year, now you have to ask the question, is Bill Belichick just a product of the franchise? right? Because they have it so well refined that if they can repeat it without him and without Brady, I mean, this is a well-oiled machine. Well-oiled machine. So they got the recipe to win. And what is it that they have all the other teams don't have? Everyone has a 52-man roster. Everyone has relatively the same salary cap. Everyone has a nice facility, right? Everyone gets draft picks. Everyone's eligible to trade, sign free agents. So what do they have where they can go from winning championships, multiple championships in a short span of time and under 20 years, okay, get a new coach, lose the greatest quarterback of all time, okay, that's not up for debate, whether you like it or not, okay, and then still be able to repeat that with a new cohort of players, while some franchises just can't seem to get it together. So what is in the middle? What's missing? Right? What's missed? The most important thing is the culture, the team's culture, the way they do the little things, the process they have in place. Same thing. And some teams just can't seem to get their head out of the dirt because there's no culture. You know what their culture is? Their culture is the individual player. All right, the culture should not be driven by an individual player. No one can be bigger than the program. All right, so much so that the program, the Patriots, they let the greatest quarterback of all time go. That's how much that goes to show you. He didn't even get a chance to retire as a Patriot because nothing beats the program. Nothing beats the system. These other franchises, they're player dependent. They're not system oriented. So they have a good player for some time. That player retires, huge void. So now they're playing the game of trying to get the next player. Right? And that's how it's supposed to be. We can learn a lot by how that unit is run. Right? What kind of culture they bring. So same thing, having that culture within your trading as well. That's the kind of culture we're trying to cultivate as well on our team. Right? Just following those protocols, putting your best effort forward, learning from your losses, managing your risk, playing defense, doing the boring things really well, showing up consistently, doing your job, right? Managing the things that are taking place outside of the charts, not trying to bring that into the charts because it can't have an effect, and we're doing it collectively. So if they do win a Super Bowl, that means, think of it like this. If Brady didn't win the Super Bowl in Tampa, he was just a product of the system. But the fact that he did win the Super Bowl in Tampa, right, disproves, okay, he was in a good system and he was also a legendary player, which led to magic. Right? So two things can be true. It's not just one thing has to be true. But the verdict is out on Belichick, though. Right? Because he went somewhere else. Before he came to the Patriots, he was a losing coach. He comes to the Patriots, he finds success. He has a great player. He leaves the Patriots, he reverted back to the mean. Right? And the program continues to accelerate. And it just took them a few years to rebuild because they know how to win. Same thing. If you have that culture in your trading, if you're green or if you're red for a couple of weeks, you know how to win. It's embedded in your system. You have a system. All right? It's just, okay, if you're losing, you're just coasting. You're not trying to do too much damage. You're protecting. Okay? So you can always draw parallels from sports, from lots of avenues in life, and then extract those lessons and apply them to your trading. There's no difference. No difference. No difference. 690 coming up. 690 psychological level is the next level. We're trading below that weekly open. So the bears have taken over the week. The bears have taken over the week. We're officially in second shift. If you know where second shift's lows are, first shift's lows are, you know that we sliced right through those lows. So in this case, this is an expansion move to the downside. We broke below the daily downside breaker. We're trading below weekly open. We're trading below the weekly 50% retrace. BOG, January 15th, yesterday's BOG. So that gap has officially been closed. All right. So really interesting stuff here, guys. I'll be surprised if buyers don't step in. So now the bears are extending their lead. Okay, the game is not over until 4 o'clock. All right, this is the most entertaining game you're ever going to watch. Okay, this is the most entertaining game you're ever going to watch. It's not over. Okay, so the bears are just adding to their lead. So can the bulls start to rally? The bulls need to at least get priced back above first shift's lows, which is right at that 690-151. Tall task. Question is, can they use that 690 as a nice level of support to catch a nice little bid, push it the upside? If we fall below 690, right, we have a free fall awaiting us all the way to 688.38. Okay, 688.38. All right, 688.38. How about calling New York open? Going to close the gap. Beautiful. Lotto's there. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. So if you are trading, guys, if you're done, if you can use less size, of course, we're all traders. We like to take lottos, so on and so forth, but don't play with your hard-earned capital. All right. You don't want to turn your work into volunteer. You don't want to turn into a glorified volunteer. For some time you'll be a volunteer, but over time you want to do less volunteer work. Nice hammer on that weekly open. Nice hammer on that weekly open. VIX starts to push to the downside. Q start picking up some speed. We can see a potential push. Okay, you can see a potential push. See if that hammer can get a nice push. If we can go 2 down, 2 up. 2 down, 2 up. You can use that if you have lotto. 690 as your risk. A little wider risk. These lows. If you're bearish, this is just a nice little shallow retrace reject. Very shallow. Okay, very shallow there. So if you're interested in joining the community, guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Join the free tier, join the paid tier, whatever side of the equation you're on. Put yourself in position. Okay, put yourself in position. Invest in your education. But all of you on YouTube should be in the free tier community. Okay, if you want to take advantage of the opportunity for next week is a fresh week. What happened this week will stay in this week. We'll go back, long weekend, make the proper adjustments. All right, and now that's 2 weeks in the books. 2 out of 52, okay, in the books. Two out of 52 in the books. Okay. Two out of 52. Who's done for the week? If you're done for the week, put done in the chat. We got a message on Google Meets. Love being in this group. Absolutely, Barry. If you haven't already, leave a testimonial. All right. Now, the biggest danger now, team, is overtrading. The biggest danger you face at this current moment, okay, is overtrading and giving back profits. That's going to be the only way That's the only way possible to give back what you made. Right? So if you're struggling with that, over the weekend, try to get to the core of why. Right? Try to get to the why. What's causing it? Again, it's going to require a lot of introspection. You're going to use the why to identify, and you're going to use your why at the same time to stop it. All right, so you're going to use the why to identify what's going on, and then you're going to use your why for why you trade to put a hard stop to it. Okay? And understand that this is not a game. All right? This is there's a serious opportunity in front of you. Treat it like work. Treat it like you're managing someone else's capital. And to keep things in line, always have your primary why, your motives, okay, as what keeps you in line. Whether it's taking care of your family, whether it's trying to make a certain amount of income, transition to trading, whatever it is, everyone has different whys. So that should be what keeps you on the straight and narrow. Right? So you can't afford to mess around. If you're green, you did your job. Right? And it's hard. All of us face different challenges. Nice reclaim of that weekly open. Beautiful, beautiful catch. Artem, if you know, you know. Key zone reclaim. Overextended to the downside. Question now becomes, can we get back above 691.25? All right. If you took that weekly open reclaim, you're green, manage accordingly. Next target, 691.25. If we can get above that, buyers don't step up there. 691.65 is next. If we reclaim that, if we can bypass those two areas, no buyers there for that retrace reject, then we can put some pressure on this resistance right here. All right. So we have a couple of hurdles to jump over. All right. A couple of hurdles to jump over, and this is the major elephant in the room, this resistance here. All right. If you just took profits already, great. If you're managing, manage accordingly. All right. Draw your NC, no close. You guys know what the NC is. Wherever you draw it, whatever line you put in the sand, you must obey that line. That's between you and you. All right. Don't start moving it around. Don't start justifying it. Don't start doing that. That has to be eliminated. Okay. The quicker you can eliminate that, the better. Dips into that key zone and starts pushing to the upside. How are we looking, Artem? How are we looking, my friend? How are we looking? Gap closed, done for the week. Thanks, family. Enjoy the long weekend. See you guys on Tuesday. Absolutely, guys. Stay blessed. Have a great one, Jose. Done for the week. Just gave some back, but still green. Good, good, good. Please don't give everything back, guys. You guys work too hard. You guys are putting in the work, the effort, showing up 9 a.m. To 1 p.m. And some of you, when I do extend the stream, you're still there watching, and learning. And it's very, very encouraging to me to see that. All right. I like to be around people who care. Okay. I like to be around people who care about something. All right. I try to avoid people who don't care. Who don't care about anything. Right. That's not. And our community, you guys just care about this so much. And I promise you the amount of effort you're putting will catch up. We'll catch up to the things you're doing. It will all be worth it. All right. Main thing is this is profit give back hour. So don't fall for the trap. Shut down your broker account. 3-day weekend. Enjoy the 3-day weekend. Between those 3 days, find anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes to go back into your journal. See what areas you can improve going to next week. Whether it's risk reward, maybe you have a win rate, positive win rate, but your losses are significantly bigger than your wins. Even if you're green, everything is smooth. Everything went perfectly, or as close to perfect as possible. Look for something to improve. All right. Even if you're green, look for something to improve. I say it time and time again, we can't only improve when we're losing. We have to make the same improvements when we're winning as well. Okay? We have to make those improvements when we're winning. We have to make those improvements when we're losing. And that's the essence of process. Okay, let's see if we can hold this, continue to bounce, continue to push, or if we start to fade, we're getting some pushback off that 691.25. Nice little pop to the upside. That's about 60 to 70 cent push to the upside off that new weekly open. If you played that reclaim, probably saw anywhere from 8 to 17, 18%, depending on your entry, maybe more. Okay. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. Our goal is to get to 28 subs by the end of the month. We're creeping up on 2,800. Again, 60% of the people who watch are not subscribed. 60% are not subscribed. So it seems like we have a lot of people that do watch the program and don't hit the like or the subscribe button. You can continue to watch. Hopefully you're learning something. But it's in your best interest to hit the like button. All right? It's called reciprocity. When you get something, you have to give something back. Right? You don't want to be a freeloader. Okay, when you enjoy something, when you're getting value from something, you want to give the value back. That's how things are in balance. All right? Okay, nice continued push. Who's laughing to the bank? If you're laughing to the bank off of that reclaim, I think Arden was laughing to the bank with those lottos. Beautiful job. And the nature of lottos, you're going to sit through drawdown, right? If it's reasonably within your risk, you're going to sit through a little bit of drawdown. Done for the week. I'm using cash accounts, so saving some bullets for Tuesday. Absolutely, Alan. I'll do the end of the week poll. Have a great week, guys. Have a blessed week if you're signing off. If you haven't already, leave a testimonial when you get a chance. Okay, leave a testimonial. Leave a review on Gumroad. All right. Okay, so now you put yourself in position. Okay, with that, you put yourself in position to potentially entertain the breakout. All right, so it's very important for us to understand we want to play the trade into the bigger move. It's the riskier endeavor, but I would argue it's less risky than taking it here. Right? I wouldn't be as comfortable to take call. I would be more comfortable take calls here on the reclaim than here, even though technically we're at a break point. Because if I can identify this break point, right, the back of my mind, I'm seeing if there's a path for me to be there going into it and have a little bit of cushion after getting compensated. Right? After getting compensated. Bulls are trying to use this path, so the most significant highs we need to take out are up here. So these highs, for us to shift that structure, will come into play. The path that they're using is this nice little trend line to the upside. This nice little trend line to the upside is what they're using. Nice little trend line to the upside is what they're using. Closed it. Beautiful job. I love that 14%. Adds up. So there's two TPs here, right? If you caught it, this one, okay, gets past that, all right, doesn't completely break down, then this one. And if this if this support starts showing some cracks in the foundation, then you can just close it out completely, right? So it's good to use that trend line as your babysitting parameters as well for runners. You can use multiple things and layer them together, and layer those things together. Absolutely, Gary. Have a great weekend. 11:30, I'll put the poll, so make sure to answer the poll question. Poll vote for our team. Tremendous job, guys, regardless of where you are on the spectrum. Hopefully you're making those improvements, and those improvements are tied to your ability to follow your rules. right? So even if you're following your rules and you're not seeing the results, don't be discouraged. Continue to follow the rules. Now it's just a game of probability for you. That's it. All right. So continue to be discouraged. The market's job is to discourage you when you're following your rules and encourage you and reward you for doing the wrong things, and then flip it. Okay. So now this is in position for that break. So put in the chat, are you more comfortable? What's more? Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight. Are you more comfortable taking the calls there or taking the calls here? We have an engulfing candle. All right. So if you're waiting for that break, this is a trigger for that break. Where are you more comfortable taking the calls? If you're gonna take them somewhere, and we're not gonna count this because it didn't come exactly to our key level, so we'll say the reclaim. Right? 9 times out of 10, I'm taking it. I love it here. I love it here. I can possibly like it there. Right? But if I love it here, this is just icing on the cake from this point on. Or you can be here, scale out a majority, have a couple left, re-enter, better cost basis to protect your cost basis. There's multiple ways to take advantage of the best entries. All right, take advantage of the best entries. We haven't done a lot of scaling in and scaling out. 2025, 2026. Right, we've just been in and out because of the precision. But there are a lot of traders who like to scale and scale out, and they know what I'm talking about. Okay. You have a great weekend, Gary. Yep. You got it, Artem, right there. So you guys see it. So how many opportunities is that level linked to per week, right? Usually 3 to 5 opportunities. You don't know when they come. You can't choose when they come, but more than likely, look at that. All right, so the breakout is working. Engulfing is working. That's fine, but now that's icing on the cake for the ones who are here. That's when they potentially start seeing triple digits. These ones, they're starting to see double digits, which is still healthy. But there hasn't been a retest yet. So they got to start securing that profit, especially with zeros. And they're mapping the support into this here. Okay, of course, we need to take out these highs to shift the structure. And right after that, we have the PML. We have the VWAP, which closely aligns with these highs at that 692.26. 692.26. I wonder how much those contracts are up from your time of entry. Artem. They're probably up maybe 100% now. $50 likes, guys. 50 likes. We've been a little light on the likes past few days. A little light on the likes. So let's get the likes up. That's going to tremendously help the stream. We have 40 plus people joining us, 25 likes. Let's get the likes up. At 71, it's okay, about $30, $32. So not 100% yet. So close to like 45-ish, 45-ish percent. So if those are up 45-ish percent, these are probably up 8 to 12%. So you can see the difference. So entries, everything. That's if you take profit. That's if you take profit. Okay. Yeah, no positions. Done for the week. VIX falling off a cliff. See if the Qs can get their act together. Let's go through some names here. For some reason, the system is slow today. It's not as responsive. Maybe there's an update or something. I keep forgetting the virtual camera. So is this another dead cat bounce? Do we start to crack? We'll see. Let's go venturing into some other names here. CRWV. Go from the open. CRWV gapped up. Trying to get into those highs. SNDX, SanDisk, okay, TSM. Look at that gap up on TSM, starting to push back the downside. AMD, chop, chop, chop. BlackRock, let me go to the main watch list. Main watch list. Okay, Google. Nosedive on Google. Google, maybe a sweep, a nice little sweep of those lows. Google downward compression break, potentially brewing. All right, if I'm looking for a dip buy on Google, I'm staying patient because I know there's that clear resistance here. All right, the more it gets into these lows, the more interesting it becomes, especially for XLC and the market start to rally potentially. So market rallies, Google off the lows, Tesla, Broadcom. Massive push, gap up, drop. So anyone who's looking for that retest, any bounce off the 90 MA, 20 MA, maybe got one little bounce. If you don't take profit, if your target is, say, try to get into those session highs, took a loss. Lily, not much there. Amazon 240, critical, ugly chart. Look at this, Netflix, not much there. Meta. Palantir. JPM not doing much there. Apple. Okay, Hood. Somewhat of a symmetrical triangle possibly on Hood. Nvidia, gap up, looking to fill that gap. BOG bounce on Nvidia. Potentially brewing. BOG bounce on Nvidia, potentially brewing. Initially took place. BOG bounce. Right, not enough for us to shift structure. We want double top. Equal highs here. Relative equal highs. So see if Nvidia can come back and sweep 187, show some signs of strength, and try to make a nice run up again. So Nvidia, BOG bounce, we look for that every single day. Okay, that's a setup you can apply to any of the mega caps. TNG, Walmart. Ooh, MU. All right, MU does have a massive gap as well. MU's daily open and shift lows are right here. So MU, the three levels right here on MU, have that TOG as well. So MU, very shallow bounce off of the zone. Okay. Into potential run into this resistance on MU. See buyers can pick it up back at that daily open. Sweep the shift lows, TOG. That can be interesting for that dip buy in MU. If that doesn't hold, slide to the downside into 50% retrace of that gap coming in. Oh, Baba just fell off a cliff. Uber, Disney, United Health, not doing much there. Okay, SPY is starting to catch a bid here. It's trying to work its way to VWAP. 690 to 24 is critical on VWAP. Any chart requests, put in the chat, guys. Any chart requests, put in the chat. We can go over the chart. I can give you the levels you need to watch. Okay, so is the support still intact? Is support still intact? Yes or no? Is support still intact? Yes or no? Does this support at least leads us into that VWAP 690 to 24? Done for the day. Finished green. Beautiful job, Mr. JP5XL. King T 92440. Absolutely. Good morning, Native Gamer 4791. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. If you're just joining us, we did take one trade on SPY, one trade on IW. Big trade of the day, SPY at peak. Last runner closed at 50%. And it continued to drop. But we talked about this in real time. We broke it down in real time. go back, rewind, and we executed the plan in real time as well. So rationale, entry, exit, all provided in real time, not in hindsight. All right. So if you do watch these episodes diligently, you can get a lot of information from each of these episodes. Okay. So the ones who watch are the ones who actually get rewarded because they're putting the time in. So VWAP, did we get above VWAP? Yes or no? Y or N in the chat. Okay. Would you take calls above VWAP or take puts right here? Would you take calls or puts here? Calls or puts? Just a mental trade. How would you approach VWAP here? And let's say that trade expires 11:30. Okay. Calls or puts in the next few minutes. VWAP into 11:30. What are we thinking? All right. So what are we thinking? Artem, hopefully you're not getting any FOMO. Okay. So you had that trade. Beautiful trade. SoFi, please. Last trade, 27%. Puts, cumulative PML, percentage, 6.5%. Starting balance. So Greer in the week, average profit, average return, 1% a day. Beautiful job, Kevin. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing. And look at that. So the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days. All right, 5 days. That's adding up. Don't discount those profits, guys. And the thing is, we're only leveraging 2K, 2.5K, 2K, whatever the account is. All right, if you put 2K at the beginning of the year in the S&P 500, and you left it for 12 months, best case scenario, you're getting 20%. What's 20% of 2K? $40? Right? So, very, very, those profits will start adding up. And just the power of consistency. Adds up, adds up, adds up. So now your goal is basically try to see if you can get that account to 3K by the end of the month, just strategically, piece by piece. All right. Sustainable growth is the way to go. All right. I know sometimes we want to get to our destination as quickly as possible, but I promise you guys, slow and steady, always, not sometimes, always wins the race. Always, always wins the race. All right, we reclaim VWAP. So breakout traders are laughing to the bank. All right. Traders here own the bank. Okay. And now the VWAP traders are maybe the last cohort. All right. So they're the ones who are on the fence. So think of it as new cohort of buyers stepping in, right? That's essentially what volume is. Okay, cohorts of buyers and sellers stepping into different areas. So at some point, these guys got to take profit. Right? So when they all take profit simultaneously, and sellers, there's some selling pressure, that's when we start to see that nice little drop. And that drop, if you're looking for that drop, right, the first kilo we have in that territory, shallow, is 691.66. 691.66 here. So that would require us to fall back below VWAP. It require us to break this nice little support that we're using to the upside, come back into here, and see if buyers can pick it back up. Right now, these guys are very green. These guys are ultra green, and these ones are on the fence, or as far as calls are concerned. So let's see what does take place between now and 11:30. So now 11:30, let's see what takes place. So we got one vote for puts. Okay, put your votes in the chat. One vote for puts. Let's get the likes up. And that's a good loss that you took, the loss on the 14th, right? Very, very manageable. All right. Maybe a loss should maybe set us back 1 or 2 days, right? If it's a major loss, but it shouldn't set us back for the entirety of the month. Comment in the chat. We got puts. We have Native Gamer. Went heavy in the puts this morning. Paid off. Almost back over 1K from 300. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. What setup did you take, Native Gamer? Did you take that nice breakdown here? 15-minute orb, or did you see something else? 5-minute orb, or did you just try to play that gap fill once we start to dip into the jaws of the gap? So beautiful growth right there. So from 300 all the way to 1K. Or do you take the retrace reject in that territory? So that support still holding up. Support is still holding up. Support is still holding up here. Kevin, like how you track these metrics. Impressed by your tool you built to monitor the basket. Yeah, that tool is awesome. I do have a watch list that I have on Excel. I'm probably going to use Claude to build something better. Claude, awesome, awesome tool. Or you can do a lot of cool things with Claude. As I apply this long study, I have more green trades than red trades. For me, it's definitely the way. No rush, but acting when time. Absolutely. Great job. Hindsight is always 20/20, but IWM appears to be trading between the orb range so far. That's the pattern. Not doing much there on IWM, right, Lynn? Let's take a look at IW. Just check on IW. Just range bound, side to side. Yep. So brick wall trampoline type of scenario there until proven otherwise. SPY is just sitting right at that VWAP, right? So right at that VWAP, right at that trend line support, the one we've been using to get to this point. So critical juncture here going to 1130. We have made those equal highs. We can say you can took out those highs, right? So now we're starting to shift that structure slightly. So the question now becomes the next significant low can't be lower than this low. We got our lower high. We got our higher low. Okay, we got our higher low. The next low that comes in, as long as it isn't significant low, as long as it doesn't, even if we break this trend, as long as it doesn't take this out, then we potentially have our higher low. All right, so we got that nice push, higher high in relation to here, shifted it slightly. All right, so now let's see if that reaction to VWAP pushes us back into potential higher low. If it pushes us back to the point where we reset and get below these lows, then the bulls have to rebuild once again. They got to build from scratch. All right, so this is the potential birth of an uptrend, and you're seeing it in real time and the mechanics behind it as it forms. All right, that initial push, this is a nice push. This is the first leg. First leg is from 690.10 all the way back into, guys, 692.61. So keep in mind, the bears came out swinging. Put up a ton of points on the board. 3 points on the board. They put up some points once again. In second shift, bulls came back. So for them to tie the game up, we need to get above 693.65. So it's becoming a close game. Good morning, checking in. Good morning, Tujin. No trades for me. Good, good, good. We'll do the poll, end of the week poll. Here shortly at 11:30. Again, it's a free trade Friday for folks on YouTube. It's ramp down Friday for our strikers. All right, so the work has been put in. The work has been put in. Monday, there's no stream, so we'll probably do a weekend stream. Maybe we'll go over some charts. Maybe Sunday or Monday. We'll do something on Sunday or Monday. I'll let you guys know. I'm looking to get back into doing a weekly stream or doing one more stream. I'm just trying to fit it in the schedule. Or doing a nightly prep stream with a little bit of futures coverage, right? So I'm looking to add one more stream, not as long as the one we're doing now, but maybe a 45-minute to an hour stream, right, for daily prep, all right, so take a look at some names for the next day and taking some chart requests, as well as doing some futures coverage near that Asian session window, right? There's a lot of traders in that area that are in need of some value, so we can also cater to them as well. So we'll see how I can squeeze that in and strategically have that in place. All right, so we're just hanging out at VWAP. So hanging out at VWAP. So the bears, yep, this could potentially be a leg, right? This could potentially be a leg, but the only issue is close, right? If we're just using this as the leg, okay, we're past that equilibrium. If we're using this as the leg, okay, we're past that 50% point. So when you're trading those legs, okay, let me give you a quick tip. So when you're looking, if you're a momentum trader, continuation trader, this applies to you. If you're a momentum trader, continuation trader, this applies to you. Okay, if you're a momentum trader, continuation trader, this applies to you. Your job becomes, when you're a continuation trader, momentum trader, right, if you classify as that, your job is to identify areas, all right? You don't want to trade the chop where there's signs of a breakout and a potential continuation. So you're going to play the game of legs, all right? You're playing the leg game. If you're playing the leg game, I will break it down, okay? Your job is to identify the area of consolidation, and when it breaks, you can take the break or you can wait for that first leg to emerge on both ends. You can care less which side gets broken. Of course, this is barring the environmental conditions are in your favor, but conceptually, this is what it is. So now, in this case, when you do, okay, if we zoom into this, this applies to both of them, but the inverse logic, when you zoom into this here, that first leg, all right, when you zoom into that first leg, right, you have that level where price broke. You have that level where price broke. You have that level where price broke. When price breaks that level, that's the leg. Cool. So who's this designated for? This is designated for breakdown traders. Let them have their time. Let them have their fun. Your job now becomes, through your technical analysis, to identify that leg, okay? Have that equilibrium, 50-50. Get a general feel for where that 50-50 is. You got that. Once you have that 50-50, so between 45%, 55% roughly, ideally 50%, you have that point there. So now you want to see a handful of things in this territory. You want to see some key levels. You want to see some EMAs, VWAP, whatever it is, to make your entry decision, to make your bias decision. Once price starts to work its way into this territory, your job becomes to look for an entry. You have to do your technical due diligence, okay? You have to look for candlesticks. You have to look for environmental conditions to support that there's buyers stepping in here or there's exhaustion for that breakdown. This is the exact setup we took today. If you rewind, this is the exact setup we took today. So in the case, if price gets above the equilibrium, right? If price gets above the equilibrium, that leg, right? This can potentially show some signs where we're starting to get to the point where we're kind of moving away from this leg and we're starting to shift the structure. Structure is being shifted. All right. Can we possibly revisit this leg? Can we possibly revisit this leg? Sure. We can possibly revisit this leg. But in that case, a new setup, a reversal setup emerges. Okay, reversal setup emerges where you draw another 50-50. But for now, we'll just cover the leg. So you want to look, so whenever you see the leg, you want to do the same thing. So now when the second leg emerges, you want to get that measure of that leg, draw the fibs, make sure the fibs alone are not enough. Fibs alone are not enough. You need confluence. So when fibs plus key levels plus price action combinations, you don't need more than that. You don't need 10 areas of confluence. Right? You just need 3, 4, that's enough. All right? Because if you're waiting for 10 areas of confluence, you're not going to pull the trigger. Okay, they're not going to pull the trigger. And what you notice is the trades that do have those massive pushes, more things line up that you're not aware of with that area, but you can only detect through your system. So you want to do this exact same thing. So in this case, we violated that 50 for that second leg, right? So once we violated that 50, that means, okay, maybe we're starting to see some signs of a reversal. Okay, so that's very, very important for us to understand as continuation traders, because this is where you're existing. You're existing, you're saying, okay, I'll let it break, that's my confirmation, and you're existing here. This leg, let the buyer step in, let them do what they need to do, and once the pressure picks up, selling pressure picks up, you're looking to take this back to downside, right? But if the buying pressure is great, too great, and it takes out those highs, a shift of structure, more than likely that next low will be a higher low in an uptrend. All right, so that becomes the invalidation marker. Okay, so that's how you trade those momentum setups after an area or a period of consolidation, and you get that break to the downside or to the upside. So throw the fib, wait for that 50-50 setup, accommodate that with some key levels, the way we use those key levels, and accommodate that with another area of confluence, which would be the price action for that entry model. When price comes to that territory, you want to see some clear signs of weakness. If it turns into a reclaim, you shouldn't be there. All right, so very, very important that we do that, because now in real time, if we go back and just resume for slide to the downside here, just go back to the trade that we took here. So this is the exact same process that I've followed here. So a lot of you caught this 100%, beautiful. Okay, nice trade there. Nice breakdown. Okay, so I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to let it do what it needs to do, but I'm going to let it recalibrate, let the buyer step in off the key level, and then draw the same exact thing that took place. Okay, got our legs. Guess what? That 50-50 territory is right there. That 50-50 territory, what does it line up with? My key zone. So what is the last thing I need to see now? Price action. 50% return. The irony, right? 50-50 with a 50% return, 50% return. All right, so again, that's how you break it down. So in this case, right, let's do the same thing. There's another leg here. Okay, we do the same thing, same process. We can see that that's the leg after the break. 50-50. 50-50 is right here. I have a key level there. Buyer step in, we break out. So invalidated. So no entry model. No entry there. If we start to show some signs of weakness on the price action, environmental conditions are suggesting that we're going to push lower, then we take that back to the upside. So in this case, the leg, and we shifted the structure now, is no longer applicable. Okay, is no longer applicable. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question, but it's very important for us to understand that the 50-50 plus key zones, especially if you use the SAT key zones, okay, very, very high probability. On top of that, price action combination, increase the probability a little more. So it goes from a simple fib, okay, 50%, 55% maybe probability. You throw the key zones, give another 10%, it goes to 60, 65%. You throw the price action, it goes to 70, 75% probability. All right, so confluence gives you the confidence, and then that gives you, that supports the trade work in your favor. Does it have to work out every time in your favor? No, it just means if that happens 7 times, that happens 10 times, 6 to 7 times, high end 8 times, it'll work in your favor. So it just becomes a game of odds. Okay? So now in this case, the leg is no longer there. So let me know if that answers your question, Cloves. I'll clip that out. I'll clip that part out, and I'll post that on YouTube for the members. Keep in mind, guys, YouTube members, join the YouTube membership. I post videos in there every week, private videos. I post it on YouTube as well. Right, but for some reason the algorithm doesn't seem to favor those videos, so I'll give it so the members can take advantage of it. Now, the algorithm seems to favor how-to videos. How-to videos or clickbait videos. That's what it favors. All right, and I don't have any clickbait. I'm not a clickbait video channel. Okay. And if you understand that right there, guys, for those of you on YouTube, if you understand right there, if you pick that up, put it in your pocket, take it back to your lab, refine it, tweak it, put some parameters around it, you have a high probability setup. But if you just take the information, if you just listen to it, if you just hear it, don't apply it, just let it kind of go, right? You're going to struggle to take advantage of setups like this. You don't want to be the trader chasing this, because in hindsight, it looks like you can just buy puts off of these lows. But very rarely do we drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 1-minute candles in a row. Okay? That's not a common occurrence. Right? I mean, it happened here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very rarely does that happen. I mean, we've seen it today, but if you look at it this week, that's probably the first time we saw 10 1-minute candles consecutively. Right? So when you do your back testing, it may seem like, hey, I could have just bought puts here and everything would be dandy. I promise you, in real time, it's completely different. You try to do the same thing, try to take a put below a level where it continue to break, and one little wick, right? It's just you freeze, right? So it's very important to understand that it's price action after the fact is very deceiving. All right, it's very deceiving. So you have to have that system in place to capitalize off it, so you don't chase. So you take that energy that leads you to chase the trade, okay, and you channel that in that setup. You can't get rid of it. All right, we're not going to be able to get rid of greed. We're not going to be able to get rid of FOMO, all those things. We can't get rid of them. So what we can do is we can take the energy, the FOMO energy, the greed energy, and appropriately channel it in an area where we can strategically take advantage of the momentum. Now we're back above PML. We're back above PML, and the bulls took control of second shift. So they put up some serious points second shift. They put up about, I like this game analogy. Okay. I think I'm going to start using it moving forward. It makes it more interesting. Right? They put up 2 points second shift. 2.7 points. The Bears put up, right? The Bears put up some serious points. First shift, the Bears put up 2.76 points. Wow. Okay. They put 2.76 points in first shift. Second part of first shift, they continued to sell it off. They put up 4.15 points. So it was a 4.15, so 4.40 going into 1042. Now it's more like 4.43. All right. Now it's more like 4.3. Okay. Now it's more like 4.3. And who's gaining ground? Off of what? Right here. If you know, you know. Okay. If you don't know, ask the question. All right. So these are why these key levels, I promise you, they will provide you an opportunity. It's just a matter of, do you have the proper entry model? Do you have the confidence? Do you have the defined risk tied to those key levels to allocate risk? All right. And having that understanding that everything doesn't have to always work. All right. But more times than not, when it does work, it's going to work out really well. And if it doesn't, try to keep it small. Over and over and over again. Okay. I follow my gut for puts, but gut was wrong. So tiny red on the last trade. Down for the day. Yeah, that is what I did. No, wait for the confirmation. Good, good. At least you kept that trade, kept that risk tight, right? So if you can do that, you guys open up a different a door of capitalizing off of those trades, right? As long as the risk is tight, that's going to be very, very critical. So great job. Anyone else? We'll do the poll, end of the week poll. Put this here. End of the week poll. Any questions? Put your questions in the chat. Tremendous job, guys. Tremendous job, team. Has not been easy. We make it look easy. I know we make it look easy, but it's not. All right, everything is earned. And regardless of where you are in the spectrum, just make the proper adjustments. I still have to refine my entries, right? Refine my execution. Seems like I'm a little bit one step behind, two steps behind. Missed a couple setups, so I'll look to continuously improve that. I know I'm not going to be perfect at any point in time, but I'm always striving to be better. We know perfection is not attainable, so but that shouldn't allow us just to settle. Right? We can always strive to be better. All right, end of week poll. When you was looking at second leg, did you use the fibs? Yes. So no, the gray box is already there. So the gray box is our key zone. This gray box is already there. So the fact that the gray box is already there, which is our key zone, 2 key levels converging, on top of the fact that the 50% retrace happens to line up with that, that's called confluence. Right. So the best setups, you'll find out that multiple things start lining up. On top of that, we're slightly below VWAP. Right. So without forcing it, confluence will start lining up. Right. Confluence equals confidence. Right. But even you can have a high confluence trade and it still can go wrong. Right. But confluence just has to do with probability. It's just higher probability chance that it will work in your favor. Nice grind to the upside. So we're officially in third shift. We grab second shift highs. See if they reset this thing back to this key zone. Bounce off VWAP. We might be running out of steam here. I named it NC earlier, but it's not a no close. It's just a key zone. Right. So I have a key zone here. I have a key zone here. So gap has officially been filled. January 15th gap, nice BOG bounce. If you know that as well. Key zone here as well. Okay, got it. Good, good, good. Be on the lookout for the bootcamp recording for those of you who took it. How did you get your 50-50 earlier? Fib. I use the fib. So I use the fib from here to here. This exact leg. This is the leg. Right, where the breakdown took place. From the top of the breakdown all the way to the bottom. All right. So that's how you do it. If you want, we can do it again. The way I have my fib set up is a little different. It's not the traditional fib. I believe more in the quadrants. I believe in quads. Rather than the decimal, that's 6.15 or the 31.8, right? Those are great, but I like the quads. Quads in a relative range. I have a few fibs that I do use for different things, but this is my fib settings. All right, so it's just unique to the way I do it. So this is the setting. So this is a fib. This is not a fib extension, this is a fib retracement. So this is what I have. All right, so I have the 0. So this will be the top or the bottom. You can flip it. And then you have the whole thing there. All right, and of course we have the quad. And then we have the 50% range. Okay, nice little 50% zone, a 5% buffer. So in my case, this would be the golden pocket. The way I use it, if you know what the golden pocket is, right? It's in the 50 to 30 territory, 50% to 30% territory, depending on how you do the fibs. Okay, so this is how I do the fibs, and based on the retracement, I have quarters above it and a couple of quarters below it, and you can just add it if you want. All right, and it's negative or positive depending on how you where you start the fib from. It'll be positive if you do it the other way, negative the other way. But I don't focus too much on the negative or positive because it's equal on both ends. I just focus on the 0, the 100, 75, 25, 45, 50, 55. So this would be the 50-50 territory. So the 50-50 exactly, right? What I've been noticing is 50-50 gives you the exact level, but sometimes you want to have a nice little buffer, rough area. And you don't want the buffer to be a whole quadrant. That's not a this is way too wide, right? So there's a fine line. So you can see this buffer here is relatively, in this relative area, you're going to see some type of activity. So that's how I do the fibs. So it's just, and there's lots of ways to do the fibs. I have other ways of doing it as well. We have the 50, we have the quad. We have a couple of different ways, but this is the one. This one gives you the targets as well. So it's like a hybrid between a fib retracement. It's a fib retracement with built-in extensions on both ends using quads. Okay, so I like equilibrium. You guys know I like the equilibrium. That's the second most important level to me, outside of the upside downside breakers. And the quads on fibs are also important as well. So right behind that is the quads. Yep, I can do that real quick and I'll put it in there, okay? So this is the fib. That's a good idea. So let's just do this. Okay, I'll post this in the Discord. Pieces of confluence. Okay. All right. Now we do areas. So this can be a moving average, it can be a key level, it can be a key zone. You see a nice little push. You take it. So this applies to both after a nice consolidation. And the fib settings, I'll put the fib setting on the side. Okay. Oh. And I'll put this screenshot in the Discord. So inverse the logic. But this is a momentum. There has to be momentum, not just in the middle of a range. After a breakout or after a breakdown only. After a breakout or breakdown only. Second leg break out and break entry. Okay. Not just the fib alone, multiple things. All right, so there's not the traditional settings of fib. But remember what we said early on. Learn the rules, master the rules, and then now you have the liberty to break the rules, bend the rules, go from science to art. Okay? So you cannot start messing with the fib and just creating whatever levels you want. You have to first understand what the fib is, what the original measurements are, what they measure, and why it's calculated in that way. And then do some testing, see what works well with second leg, first leg, and define your own pocket. So think of that nice little 45, 50, 55 as SAT pocket. Okay, SAT pocket, that's what we're going to go with. So in this case, if you are familiar with the quads on the orb, very similar, right? But the variables are slightly different on the orb fibs. Okay, very similar but different. Can you guys see the picture? Can you see it? Let's take a look. Good. Okay. Yeah, we indeed cut the very bottom. Well, at least once a week we catch the bottom. And we might not have a horse in the race for each of it, but I promise you, I don't want to sit here and say I'm Mr. Catch the Bottom every time. And people say you can never catch the bottom. If you've been watching for long enough, we've done it multiple times. But can you make a living catching the bottom every day? No, that's not sustainable. Can it be something that's in your back pocket? All right. Side quest? Sure. Yeah, so you can draw it traditionally when it's bearish. You're going to go from top to bottom and bottom to top. But since the variables are equal on both ends, they're quads, they're going to be the same. The only difference is going to be the negative positive. If you have the trend line on your fib, which you want to have the trend line that aligns the fib facing the way where you're coming from. All right, so if it's going from the top to the bottom, then it's going to be a line in the middle of the fib that will kind of point in the direction, but I have that line taken off. You were in it. You called it, Artem. You called it. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 50 likes is the threshold. We're struggling to get to 50 likes. We can do it. We have enough people to do it. Right? All it takes is clicking the like button. On paper, 50 likes just takes 50 people. Right? So we have 3 to 5 to 6 times that every single day. The goal is to have this channel grow sustainably by leading with value. All right, and let's take a look. Watching for a retest. Yeah, if I can see that, that's a nice retest. Oh, your chart is very similar to Hero's chart, right? I think you and Hero do a lot of the same. Those channels looks very similar. Hero Trader. Yeah, post your charts, guys. I'm always interested to see people's charts, people's artwork, masterpiece. Okay. wow, the bulls have really stepped in. The bulls have really come back. They're putting up some points on the board. So broke, retest, broke, retest, broke, rejection, retest, rejection, retest, rejection. So this is shallow here, healthy here. Same thing, guys. The process repeats over and over and over again. Right? It just continues to repeat. It continues to repeat itself over and over again. Okay, let's take a look at CNBC while I step away for a quick sec. See what our friends at CNBC are discussing here. Top selling car makers in 2025. Okay, who are they? GM, Toyota, Ford, Honda.
Low-cost producers. It makes everybody better. But in addition, some of the things that we mentioned around some of the simplifying of regulations, the government can strip out a kind of one-size-fits-all. And for example, on this automatic braking that's to become mandatory by 2029, they could say, listen, for certain lower-cost vehicles, we're not.
Okay. CNBC froze up. All right, that's fine. Have a seat. Who's still taking trades? Who's still taking trades? Anyone looking for lottos? Let's see if we can find some opportunities. SPY. Look at that. Look at SPY. Nice hammer. Nice reclaim. Continues to push. Only 5-minute pullbacks. The next 5-minute pullbacks at that daily 50% retrace. We're back above VWAP. Back above all those levels. And as quickly, just when you thought it was over, right? It's not over till it's over. Now the bulls are starting to dictate the pace, and they're about to tie up the game. We're about 50 cents from tying up the game. So say 50 cents from bringing price back on SPY back to where we opened up. Right, so they're able to tie the game here. And if we take a look at that weekly candle here, guys, that weekly candle is starting to shape up. Now this weekly candle, that's the weekly candle so far. All right, that weekly candle so far. That weekly candle, we did take out that weekly low, continue to accelerate, got back above weekly open. Okay, so now let's see if we go stay as a doji. Okay, scenario one, sell back off, right? Close near that 690.67, between that 690.67 and maybe it's that 690.91 to that 689 territory, that the 1 point range. All right, or do we start working our way back to the upside? Okay, after making this nice run up and get above 695.30. In that case, going to next week, ultra bullish. Okay, so the closer we close near that open, the closer we are to being choppy next week to kick off the week. All right, that's going to set the tone because next week's open can either be at the top end of this weekly candle, the bottom end of this weekly candle, or somewhere in the middle. If it's somewhere in the middle, that means we need pretty significant effort to push price into those highs. And those highs will be all-time highs. So this week, so this past 2 weeks so far, back-to-back weeks, all-time highs were the weekly upside trigger. Okay, so very, very interesting to see how we close up this week. We're starting to see the Qs go shooter off that PML. Right, Qs can't seem to get above that PML. Nice shoot off that PML on the 5. The Dow looking to test that PML. The IW, nice run into PMH. So IW, right, is just... So it gets below PML. We took IW short and then got stopped out on those runners. And then it takes off, gets above PMH. So just trapping above PMH. See if that leads us back into that top of that orb. VWAP there as well. Now it's back to being kind of choppy here. Back to being kind of choppy. We are downward direction on the daily. We did get below PML. We did get below the daily downside breaker. This could be a nice little retest zone here. Price action confirmation. VWAP along with that key level. We swept second shift highs. All right. We have swept second shift highs. I was wrong on the puts. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let us get the likes up. Okay, nice little drop. See if you get that bounce in that territory. See if you get a nice little bounce. If we slice right through it, have minimal respect for it. See if sellers want to establish control above that. Okay, do we slice right through it? Minimal respect, or do buyers start buying this thing back up? Do buyers start buying this thing back up? Okay, let's see if we get a nice little bounce, or if we slice right through it. Okay, buyers are there. We need the Qs to start bouncing as well. See if they can wick. Nice little bounce there. All right, there you go. Risk being that continued break to the downside. Bounce off VWAP, key level. 2 areas of confluence. 2 areas of confluence. Okay. Let's see if we get that continued push above 690 to 276. See if that continued push above 690 to 276. $692.76.
You know, a Zendesk, maybe that's just a nice to have and that is more, capable of being disrupted. But it just shows you, I mean, what I've been doing now is sort of like, that's what I'm doing. I have zero coding or technical experience, and I was able to whip up a number of apps in the past few weeks. So did, our tech check producer, Jasmine. Someone who can actually code can do far more, and even I'll be able to do more a week from now, because these tools are only going to get better. This is the worst that they're going to be right now. So you can imagine 5 years from now, are you going to be able to vibe code even more important software applications? I mean, the obvious answer seems yes, and I think that's what's pressuring software stocks.
Dee, for the first app that you mentioned where it characterized the language in conference calls, somebody owns the transcripts or collated the transcripts. I mean, I'm wondering if you were to make that app and try and sell it, do you have the right to everything that's gone into that based on your subscription to the cloud, the Anthropic product?
Great question. So I started with this, and of course, in my mind, I was like, okay, I'm just going to upload transcripts from the last Mag 7 earnings call. I posted it onto X, and someone wrote to me, you know that you can just create an API that will basically scrape the web and get all the transcripts in the S&P 500. And I thought, oh wow, that's a really good idea. So I can actually improve it. Copyright-wise, I'm not so sure about this. Even with the market jukebox that I created with you guys, it asked me if I wanted to connect my Spotify account so that I could play the actual songs. I don't know how that will go over. So there's still lots of questions. But as I said, these are all going to be sorted out in the weeks and months and years ahead.
Yeah, the copyright issue is still a whole can of worms. Thank you, Deirdre. A great look at how we can all become coders now.
Sure.
By the way, next week I will be joining everybody live from the World Economic Forum in Davos on Tuesday. We'll hear from the CEOs of Salesforce on the software sell-off, Citigroup as well after earnings, Micron, that's in the 10 a.m. hour. Here on Money Movers, CEOs of Pfizer, Gap, actor Matt Damon. Never knew he was going to be in Davos. And of course, accompanying the president, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, will be joining me as well. So there's plenty to talk about.
Yep.
But other huge news starting on Tuesday, Monday, day off, markets close. Melissa Lee and Mike Santoli will be debuting a brand new Closing Bell Overtime. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. New 4 o'clock show. Very exciting.
What can we expect?
A lot of kind of market themes. Going to wrap up the day. Netflix earnings on Tuesday, so we're going to go kind of full speed from the open.
Yeah, more Mike Santoli is better for everybody. That's it for us. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you.
Over to Frank Holland and the halftime report.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah and Mike. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I am Frank Holland in for Scott Wapner. Front and center at this hour, the rallies road ahead. Stocks are trying to avoid closing out the first week of Q4 earnings season in the red as questions remain around portfolio positioning and the rotations runway.
So nice little bounce off that view up that key zone for a nice little scalp. Runways into these highs. We're starting to get a little bit of friction up in that territory. Do we have enough momentum to take that out prior to take out these lows? That'd be the second leg of the move. If we continue to push above that 692.88 and into the highs of this current session, which we did reject that D50 daily 50% retrace, so that equilibrium of the day. So we'll see how things shake out. We'll see how things shake out. In the meantime, just give me 1 second, and I'll be right back.
And the two combined, they're about half the S&P.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, I actually feel pretty good, and I know Jenny feels pretty good because we actually have things beyond technology in our.
Have to go. Have a good weekend. Can't stand listening to CNBC. They're calling right now. It's really done and not correct code. Yeah, CNBC has some interesting characters to say the least. Interesting characters to say the least. Interesting characters to say the least. Okay, nice bounce. You made a great point about why they would be talking about sports the other day. I forgot they purchased a channel, IRCC. Yeah, so now they're more involved. Now they're more involved in the predictive markets, prediction markets, and the prediction markets cover everything. They cover stock market, sports, geopolitical situations, and so they have a direct partner with Kalshi, with one of the biggest platforms that do allow people to take advantage or bet on events, right? So now, from my observation, it would be in their best interest when they do have news to either delay the news release, to paint it in a different way, right? So certain bets do play out, don't play out, and further manipulate the market, right? They've been doing that with years with the stock market, right? So now just the betting markets as well, or the prediction markets. So once a media wing partners up with a broker or with a player in a space that has to do with predictive markets, okay, it's in their that partner's bottom line now becomes their bottom line. So Kalshi's bottom line now becomes CNBC's bottom line, along with their advertising partners. Right? So they're not going to do anything to mess with the bottom line. If there's a news event that can impact their bottom line, they can try to muffle it. They can try to twist it in a different way. They can try to ignore it by covering something else. They can do these deceptive tactics. All right, so there's not something new. There's not something novel. This has been going on for many, many, many years. Now it's just happening out in the open. Right, now it's just happening out in the open. Now we can all see it. The ones who've woken up, they can see it. Right, so it's in our best interest to be as tied to the market as possible, because that's the closest thing to the truth. The closest thing to the truth is what we're looking at here. All right, everything else, okay, is just a derivative of this with an opinionated spin. It's just a derivative of what we're seeing. All right, so they do it in a very strategic way. That's why when they partnered up with Cal, I was surprised they even allowed that. I was surprised they allowed that, but at the end of the day, all we can do is see. The reason why I like to pay attention to it and watch, right, is not to get my information, but to see which way they're trying to guide the channels for quote unquote investors, people who want to be in tune with the market. So which way or how they're the latest manipulation tactic. What is the latest manipulation tactic they're running? So I'm never going to go to CNBC to make any decisions, but I have to know what's going on from the standpoint of, okay, if you guys notice, when we do turn it on, when the market is ripping and roaring, they don't say anything. Right? At first, you might say, hey, you know what? Maybe George is a little conspiracy. He's on edge. When you see it 3 times, when you see it 4 times, when you see it over and over and over and again, then you know there's something deeper going on. And when the rip takes place, market parabolically pushes and it starts to dump. Lo and behold, headline comes in. Market just hit this. There are people who still rely on CNBC. They rely on all these other platforms to make decisions. And it's like, if you think EMAs are lagging indicators, the media is the most lagging indicator. Okay. Okay, let's see if we get a nice little break. The downside, if we get back to that VWAP and buyers don't step in, that might put a little pressure. Somewhat of a dislocated head and shoulder situation going on in this territory. We did see a nice move to the upside, nice move to the downside. Tit for tat so far. So going to next shift, 12:30, things will be interesting. So we got a nice drop here. Okay, bulls were in control. They were in the lead. Nice response, aggressive response by the bulls. Bears in control, aggressive response by the bulls. Now somewhat of a standstill. They're both fighting for control over. Bulls are fighting for control over 693.65, and bears are trying to establish and remain priced below 693.65 for the entirety of the day. So that's the key battleground there. Key level right under that is, of course, TOG and D50 between 693.30 and 693.36. We'll see how that unfolds. If we take a look at poly market. Speaking of poly market, let's see if anything comes to our radar. Khomeini out as Supreme Court leader. That's Iran. A Fed decision in January. That's coming up. So 85%, 95% chance, no change. 95% chance, no change. That's up 45%, I believe, this week. So let's see if that changes. What else stands out? Will Trump acquire Greenland? Okay, Greenland. We got betting lines on Greenland, about a 17% chance, ticking higher, up about 10%. Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump's tariffs. Okay, this could go either way. We're leaning towards 30% chance at the current moment, down 21%. What else do we have? Okay. Oh, look at this. S&P 500 up or down in January. So when they say up and down, what do they mean by that? Do they mean in relation to that open or in relation to that close? And so this is the kind of information we can really start to use in conjunction with the things we do, especially for potential lottos. Right? If you got a good entry on those lottos, so far we have a 69% chance, but this has to be defined. All right. So what is the clear definition of up or down? So when they say up, do they mean in relation to the open, including the gap, or do they mean in relation to the open where it opened up? And what does down mean? Below the open, right? So once there's a clear definition for this, right now we're leading towards 69% chance that we close up. Okay, however they define that. And I wonder if there's a... Okay, here. The market will resolve up official S&P 500 closing above price for S&P 500 on Friday. So the open, okay, higher than the official S&P 500 close. Okay, so same thing. It's going to be based on the opening price and closing price. So far, 69% chance that we get above. Okay. So on top of what we're seeing right now, I wouldn't use full size and use this, but something to monitor. 69% chance that we get above that opening price. Opening price being, of course, it's a little different, the index and S&P, but relatively they're in the same area. Let's see, we can 4 p.m. Okay, 69% chance. Say if I put $1 on the line or $100 on the line, if it does close, that's $156. If it doesn't close, that's $300. All right, so that's not a interesting. I haven't used this before, but this is interesting to say the least. All right, so if you go up, you make $52. If you go down, I'm assuming that's minus the initial capital, you make $244. and sell. Okay, buy. Okay. So interesting to say the least. Very interesting to say the least. Has anyone used Poly Market before? Has anyone used Poly Market before? Let us know. I've never used it. I've never used it before. Take a look at SPY here. Just chop, chop, chop. Somewhat of a symmetrical triangle, or do we start going sideways at this point, slightly below that daily open? Okay, chop, chop, chop. Now we're on the stream until 1 o'clock, and then we'll wrap it up, guys. If you're just joining us, we did take 2 trades, one on IW and one on SPY. Okay, nice green day. Closing out another strong week. We did see a couple of nice moves take place on SPY off of those lows, reclaiming that key level, key zone. We took this drop for that retrace reject textbook setup. We did get another bounce off of it, and then another drop, a bigger drop than this drop. But of course, that led us all the way to that 690.67. Fell back below it, reclaimed it, shot out of a rocket, and now we're trading above VWAP, slightly below that daily open, as we're kind of at a standstill in third shift. Kind of at a standstill in third shift. Okay. How long will this last is the question. Poll, make sure to answer the poll question, strikers, if you're done. So far, 71% of the team is green. Let's get those poll questions filled in when you're done. if you're logging off, if you're done for the week, have a wonderful long weekend. We're just wrapping up here. If you're joining on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe, join our community. You have access to all the resources to put you in position to capitalize off the opportunities every single day. Spy Strikers community. All the links are pinned in the description. Take advantage of the trial. And for those of you who do join, I look forward for you to joining our team, and we'll look forward to working with you starting next week. So a new week, fresh week, will be a short week. If we take a look ahead of what we got scheduled on the calendar, we're heading right into FOMC. Okay, we got PCE, we got flash manufacturing PMI, and to cap off the week, we have FOMC on the January 28th. So about a week and some change from now, right, we will be at FOMC rate decision. So far, keep this in mind, we're about 90% chance that we get the cut. 90% chance that rates remain. 90% chance. That can easily change. That can easily flip. Okay, that can easily change. That can easily flip. That can easily flip. Rates remain, and we will hear some beautiful words from DJT. That's the thing, right? That might be the last. I think Powell is trying to strong arm DJT. We know he wants him. Excuse me. We know he wants him to cut those rates, right? The Powell's replacements, they're ready to cut rates, right? Whatever the current administration says, they're on board. Although they're supposed to be bipartisan, they're on board to cut those rates to get in that seat. But Powell, I think he's trying to do what's best for the economy and not trying to succumb to the pressure. Right. And he's now, of course, also under investigation as well. Okay, so current administration is putting pressure on him to cut rates, and if he doesn't cut rates, all right, that means he's not succumbing to the pressure. I personally don't think we need to cut rates. I think the rates are where they need to be. The market is thriving. Right? Stock market is up. Inflation is somewhat contained. Is inflation going to go to zero? No. Inflation is not going to go to zero. Inflation is not going to disappear. Inflation has to, a certain level of inflation has to be there. It has to be back to the normal ranges. Is inflation spread out? So some areas of the economy, there's more inflation. Other areas, absolutely. But it should definitely even out. In general, it should be between 2 to 3.5%. Right? 3.5% on the high end, 2% on the low end. But inflation below 2%, right? That's not normal. That's unattainable. All right, so we're already where we need to be. We are already where we need to be. If the market was down 15, 20%, I would understand. And this might be the market pricing in a rate cut, and we're not getting a rate cut. And the odds start going towards no cut. We might see a nice little slide. We'll see. A lot of things can happen. The cool thing is we get to engage regardless of what does take place. We don't need to be fortune tellers, right? We don't need to hedge our bets on which way it goes. All we care about is what takes place when the market is open, right? Finding out which way the market is moving and capitalizing. So it doesn't really have too much of an impact on what we do day to day as far as trading is concerned. The impact that it does have is the reaction, right? We're going to get some sort of oversized reaction, and either direction will be there for it to take advantage of it. But intraday, nothing changes. Whether we're at all-time highs, we're at 52-week lows, but we still look for the same setups. Where if we're in the middle of the range, we still look for the same setups. Look to take advantage of the best opportunities. That's the cool thing. So that's the cool thing with options, right? We can play both sides. You can do the same thing with futures as well. Okay, we just need this thing to be moving. As long as it's moving and grooving, we have a chance. Okay, we have a chance. We're alive and well. Okay, in the chat, American Tough Tops. Jerome Powell's term as federal chair ends on May 15th. So they should have a betting line on Kalshi. Right? Does it last until May 15th or not? Or Kalshi and Poly Market. Cutting rates will increase inflation. We need a recession to bring house pricing down. That's the main thing, right? The stagnant house pricing, the housing market. Kind of interest rates have been kind of stuck. People who do have those mortgages are locked in at a good rate. No reason for them to sell. If they do sell, they get back in the market. They can pay probably twice the rate they have. Ones who are looking to get into the market, right? The allure is take what the market has available and you can refinance. They've been saying that over and over and over again, but the interest rate is still high. All right, so it's kind of stuck. So we do see this symmetrical triangle here. We do see that symmetrical triangle potentially forming. Might be a little steep on the top end. Okay, might be a little steep on the top end. Okay, rates remain, and here's something 100%. How'd you guys do this week on YouTube? For the folks who trade on YouTube, how do you guys do? Are you green? Are you red? Let me put a poll on YouTube as well. Weekly performance day trading. Green means, of course, exiting the week with more than you came in with. Okay. Red means you came in with a certain amount and you're leaving with less. Yellow means you're kind of in the middle, right? Break even territory. So answer the poll question. Poll question here. Let's get a feel for the chat. Let's get a feel for the chat. Okay, looks like VWAP wants to potentially crack. Looks like VWAP wants to potentially crack here. Let's see. Yeah, the best opportunity is first 2 hours. First 2 hours of the day, optimal time to operate. Take advantage, capitalize. Okay, sitting right at that VWAP. Second test that VWAP. First test, nice little bounce. See if that can remain true. A lot of the names are flat. VIX flat. Q's trying to wick on the 5. The Dow not doing much. We're seeing contention on both ends. Trading below. Okay, another bounce, another opportunity there. Nice little bounce. Nice little bounce there. Nice push. Nice bounce once again. So again, patient trader gets paid. You don't take that. If you did, great job being patient. Again, we just can't seem to get past that PML. Can't seem to get past that 690 to 286. We get the bounce, rejection. We get the rejection, back to this territory. So now for the first time in some time, we're starting to move side to side. We're starting to move side to side, and this side to side might be setting us up for the next move lower or the next move higher. Period of consolidation, slow down, drop off in the volume, midday. No surprise. No surprise. Brick wall trampoline. brick wall, trampoline type of setups working well. Working well for the patient in these conditions. If not, nothing else. See if we get that one more bounce off VWAP or complete collapse. We'll see how that plays out. We will see how that plays out. We'll wrap up the stream at 1 o'clock. Smash the like button. If you're signing off, enjoy your long weekend. There's a few of these that come around every week, every so often. So 3-day weekends, take that time to recalibrate, reassess. So we had a nice stretch between the holiday break, Christmas, New Year. Okay, a few days to get back, 2 weeks of trade, and right into a day off. All right, long weekend, enjoy that, review, see how much progress you're making. If you're following the path that you mapped out, if you're not, course correct as soon as possible. Course correct as soon as possible so you can be on the right track. Okay, if you can be on the right track, the sooner you can course correct, the quicker you can be on the right track. Again, that daily open is up for grabs, 693.65. We do need to continue to push above this key zone for us to get there. As we continue to chop here, burn that premium on those zeros. Burning the premium on those zeros. Let's see what takes place. Okay, another bounce. Another bounce out that level. Another bounce. Over and over and over again. All right, but not going anywhere though. Not going anywhere. Getting a bounce. It flashes some green. Maybe pulls back slightly. Comes into this level, rejects. Just pure chop in this case, guys. Just pure choppiness. So again, this is give back profit hour. Give back profit hour. So hopefully you guys are done. Most of you are done for the day. If we have a Joel on our team, please send me a DM. Okay, please send me a DM and check your email. If we have a Joel on our team, okay, please check your email or send me a DM. I know a lot of you have different names, so it's very important that you check your email. I sent you something there regarding the plan, and I'd like to get that resolved as soon as possible. Okay, please check your email. I did send you email. Okay, check your email. Okay, see if they continue to push the downside. Sometimes when you use these third-party processors, they give issues. All right, is this it? Is this the breakdown that bears are waiting for? Back to potentially yearly upside breaker. Gave a couple of scalp opportunities off that bounce. Not enough to get us past that point. But now we're starting to slide back below VWAP. We are back below VWAP. Again, guys, if you do upgrade to the yearly plan, when you do upgrade to the yearly plan, make sure to cancel your Gum Road. I am looking to pivot away from Gum Road. Okay. So I will let you know when that does take place. I'm looking for another processor. That shouldn't impact your plan. And your plan, so shouldn't be too much of an issue, but I have to migrate to a different processor. All right, so we did drop below it. See, we reclaim back the upside. We're just playing back and forth. 7 minutes away from wrapping up the stream. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Next week is going to be a jam-packed week, opportunity-filled week. If you want to be online, take advantage of those opportunities. Make sure to join our community. There's multiple ways to do it. Yearly bundle, one payment for the whole year. Monthly, use the code TRIAL30, 25% off, and the free tier as well. The free tier giveaways every single day. Trading resources, educational tools, live trading via YouTube, free chat, catalyst, and event calendar there as well, updated weekly, and a 24/7 stock market newsfeed. All this is available at smartactiontrade.com. Make sure to take advantage. We boot camp. That's going to be either, I'm deciding this weekend if it's going to be last week of this month, or if it's going to be the beginning first week on Saturday, of course, of February. We'll let you guys know when I have that official date. But sign up, right? You get access to all this stuff. We'll go through it one more time before we start jumping into the more concentrative subjects in trading. So this is more general. We go over everything you need to know to get started. Going from zero to getting trade ready. All right. What is day trading? Market fundamentals, platforms and tools and resources, structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators, 3A plus setups, understanding calls, puts, Greeks, navigating the options chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing a consistent trading routine, step-by-step trade execution, post-trade review, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, roadmap to consistency of growth. I give you multiple frameworks along with strategies, and so much is provided here. For those of you who did take the boot camp last Saturday, it's already been a week. All right, look out for email for the video that should be uploaded, and you should be added to the Google Classroom for this cohort. So the class 3, you guys are class 3. You'll be added to the Google Classroom. You'll have access to all of this, slides, everything you wanted that will be available to you along with the recording. Okay, so again, make sure to sign up for the boot camp. If you're looking to book a coaching call, if you need more of a personal one-on-one, a lot of our traders do that. Some of you on YouTube did have that as well. For those of you who did book the sessions, the multiple sessions, reach out to me. A lot of you still have a lot of sessions remaining. Don't forget, use them. Reach out to me. I'll send you my schedule. You can book a call. Everyone else, if you're looking to book a call, that's available. Of course, ebook, that's also available. But everything is available when you're in the community. When you're in the community, you have access to the courses, the ebooks, the live trading. Everything is there for you. And of course, the SAT merch. Look good, feel good, trade good. The mug, the t-shirt, the hat, right? Represent the community. Take advantage of everything we have available. Okay, so on that note, we'll wrap up the stream in a couple of minutes. Hopefully you guys found value. We're just shy of 50 likes today. So can't do the giveaway. We need to do 50 likes. Right, but for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, go back and watch some of the older episodes. Episode this week, we give you the framework, how to navigate CPI, PPI, all sorts of things this week. How to find those setups today. Go back and watch today's episode as well. You can gain tremendous value from all those episodes. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. If you have no questions, make sure to smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to level up your trading. Join our community. And I look forward to working with everyone. Next week, take the 3 days off. Make the proper adjustments. We're only 2 weeks in, guys. We have 50 more of these. 50 more of these coming up. 50 more of these coming up. So again, continue to trust the process. This is a good time to get yourself back in, reel yourself back in if you're kind of going back down that familiar path, right? You want to continue to follow your rules, manage risk, take profits, all those good things. So this is a timely break. There's a timely break, and it comes perfectly at this time because you should have a good idea for the past 2 weeks how closely you're following your system. Right? If you're kind of veering off, this might be your last chance to pull it back in. All right, to pull it back in, to regain control. All right, we don't have a break coming up, an extended break coming up in quite some time. So we're coming into a nice stretch here where we're going to be going through the trenches together, or we're going to go through battle, we're going to go through the ups, the downs, and we're going to have minimal times to make the adjustments, unless we're making those adjustments from shift to shift, day to day, week to week, the proper adjustments. You're not going to have that extended time to really assess how much progress you're making. Not dollar amount progress, process progress, right? How closely are you sticking to those rules, right? So there's a great time to do that reflection. If you're on course, right, continue to push forward, continue to improve. If you're veering off course, pull yourself back in. And again, this might be the last time, because we're coming into a stretch where you want to be operating at a high level. Okay, you want to be operating at a high level. We've got 2 weeks worth of action on SPY as far as the price action is concerned. And I'll tell you guys, the action is not easy. The price action is not easy. Of course, we still find our opportunities, right? It might look easy, but it's not easy. All right, so you still have to approach this with caution. Know where to allocate your risk. Be stringent in your rule following. Stick to the process. A nice little pattern here. And that should allow you to take advantage. Any questions? Let me know. If not, we're going to wrap it up here. As always, guys, strikers, make those adjustments. If you're green, Joel, if you're in the group, if you're on YouTube, check your email. All right, check your email. I did send you an email. For Discord members, it's a great time. A lot of you did start the course. Maybe you didn't have enough time to finish the course. So there's a great time to pop it open. Self-paced course is available. Let me put up the Discord. Okay, for the members, that's available. All right, that's available. And again, guys, if you're not satisfied with the product, okay, I don't mind giving you a refund. All right, so don't do a chargeback. When you do a chargeback, it causes issues on the back end. All right, if you've been in the community for a certain amount of time, for a month, you gave it a run, and you're dissatisfied, it didn't meet whatever you're looking for, send me an email. Right, don't run to doing chargebacks. All right, don't run to chargebacks. We can keep everything open. I like to build that good relationship, positive rapport with everyone. Right, I know this might not be everyone's cup of tea. And again, make sure to reach out to me, and I'll be more than willing to provide you a refund on the trial. All right, so don't run automatically to doing those chargebacks. Thank you. Okay, good. Yep, absolutely, Lynn. And make sure to review. Lynn did bring that up. So again, the day trading course is available. A lot of you did start it. Some of you finished. Some of you are kind of stuck halfway. I know it's a 5-hour course. It takes some time, but work through it. Tremendous value in here. Shockwave 15. Work through the series as well. And I'm looking to do a series. I'm looking to do a series on weekly series that we can build another a course curriculum on, right, in the Discord. The thing is, if we build it on the Discord, if it's recorded in the Discord on Saturdays, the people in the Discord have access to it. right? So I'm still looking. There's a couple things I want to go down, a couple areas I want to go down. Might not take 8 weeks, 9 weeks, but our last strategy course took 10, 11 weeks. Okay, 10, 11 weeks. It's a back testing / system building type of process. All right, so if there's anything I want to do a video on, all right, folks in the Discord, let me know. Let me know. Say, hey, you know what? A video on the fibs, a breakdown on the fibs would help. A video on really breaking down the waves would help. Right, so I'm here to serve the community. Okay. On that note, any questions? Let me know. If not, guys, as always, it's always a tremendous honor, privilege to go to battle with each one of you. Another week in the books. Go back, make those adjustments. Next week, we're going to be ready to take advantage of the best opportunities. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Can we gap up on Monday into all-time highs? Sure. Can we be a little lower? Sure. Okay. We're going to continue to apply the things we've been applying from the very beginning. Nothing changes for us. All right. So again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Have a safe and blessed long weekend. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. You don't for profit do all the research and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library. It's a stop guess trading with confidence. Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.